I picked up groceries for the week. And I'm back at a reasonable hour. So claps all around for me. While being sort of sick. But I'm here because I was saying it a bit last night, kind of in a jovial tone, but if I don't believe it can happen, it won't happen for sure. Right? But we're gonna finish Process of Elimination Demon School this weekend. And that's gonna start tonight, or today, with us starting with Process of Elimination. Depending on how far we get, or how long this chapter seems like it's going, it's the final chapter, right? But, we might switch to a little bit of Demon School later today, depending also how long into of a stream we want to do on a Saturday. If we want to go into the night tonight, you know, kind of thing. Final chapter. Live quartering. Ooh, a live quartering is going to be happening? You have my attention, game. You have my attention, quartering Duke. Alright. I gotta say, if you hear it potentially, I'm gonna try not to be obnoxious. I'm dipping into the devil's candy of a cough drop to assist in reducing the amount of coughing I'm doing while I'm having to read a bunch here. I think that'll make for a better experience. But if you hear, like, the candy in my mouth, I apologize for that if I'm reading like I have something in my mouth. But again, I think it'll be for the best. Alright, the Quartering Duke. Good morning! More night, evening, and day, citizens. There I go, I got it. 'Tis I, your grace, the Quartering Duke, still without any past felonies on my record. I've been live casting this Quartering Corner for days now, but sadly the next installment will be our last. Soon I'll be back to normal Dukehood. For our momentous final episode, I'll discuss the talk of the town, those obsessive stalkers of mine, the Detective Alliance. They're seen as heroes online with folks touting them as defenders of justice, but who are they really? You're dying to know, eh, loyal viewers? To put it simply. And there, what shits out. I like that. Their criminal organization was formerly another, one sanctioned to investigate the dayless night. May seem hypocritical, but their evil sickens me. Ten years ago... 10 years ago, they kidnapped children for human experiments to artificially create exceptional detectives, such as the famed Ideal Detective. I, too, was subjected to the horrors of the secret police, the DA's precursor, and gained superhuman powers. Then, I waited a decade to exact revenge. I can't wait to learn that the Quartering Duke has been, like, the main character from the very beginning or something. I'm expecting that kind of like twist, honestly. When the opportunity finally came, Your Grace made meticulous plans to annihilate them all. Plans which I'm carrying out as we speak. I'm sure their HQ is the very picture of chaos right about now. Ah, just the thought of it strikes my heart like breaking a vase. What? Don't buy it? Yeah, fine. I get it. Seeing is believing. Thankfully, Your Grace resides in reality, so now I'm scrambling around their HQ. In our next installment, I promise to present you with the emotionally riveting and exceptionally damning evidence I found there. This is the moment where the heroes of justice become the foulest villains this world has ever known. Best entertainment ever, am I right? To all the ladies and gentlemen of the Alliance tuning in, if you hope to stop Your Grace, then I invite you to do so. Not that you'll be able to. We finally received word from headquarters. They urged all the detectives still remaining on the island not to investigate any further. Oh yeah, that was a thing. It was like at the end of the last chapter. Oh, this cough drop I have is like a liquid like center thing in it. Oh. It's like a... Oh. Oh. Attached to the message is a video of the Quartering Duke's latest irreverent broadcast. Why include this video? Could this mean the Duke's on the island with us now, or right now? Seems pretty likely. That's the most obvious reason they'd request us to stop investigating. Either that or HQ has gotten their hands on some important intel. What kind of intel exactly? What would make them want to go out of their way to stop us from investigating like this? I believe this message came directly from founding Detective Vidyok, the Alliance's institutor and highest ranking detective. Now, what the curious thing I'll be about is, do we eliminate any more people in our group? Our group is pretty small at this point. I think it's what, just 5 people? It's a 3 on screen, and then we got Posh and Gourmet. So I'd assume not. 5 sounds like a reasonable number to be left, right? Especially if this final chapter, like, are we gonna have someone die and then do another investigation thing? It's utterly devoid of humanity, as per usual. To think he didn't include even a single word of concern for those of us remaining. I would like... My final guess is going to be... there's a chance that the Quartering Duke is not a character we haven't seen yet or mentioned. But, like, my guess, especially with, like, Holmes being kind of wishy-washy over the last, like, chapter, my gut wants to say somehow, without thinking about it too hard, some form of Holmes / ideal detective / Saika is the Quartering Duke. That she has set up somehow she's not actually dead, or she's somehow alive, or a different version of her is alive, or something like that is happening. Like, maybe she set this up somehow in advance, even if she knew she was going to die at some point. Something along those lines. My final guess is that Holmes / Saika / the original Ideal Detective that we know of. Obviously, some shit has been revealed that, like, Incompetent was the original Ideal Detective. But my guess is that even if maybe she is actually dead, like we know her as, that she set this whole thing up in motion ahead of time to then get revenge on the Detective Alliance kind of thing, as we know, because this whole game is portraying the Detective Alliance and the bones of the original structure of the Detective Alliance being a very bad organization. My thought process is going along those lines. That's my final thought. But I'd be very willing to accept some really out of left field kind of situation, honestly. Oh, I forgot about Bookworm. We also have Bookworm. Oh, how could I forget Bookworm? I'm so sorry, Bookworm. We have 6 people. Fuck, I forgot the best one remaining. So what shall we do now? Judging by the live cast, it's possible that the Duke is among us. It may be in our best interest not to be hasty, the girl said sourly. Yeah, it's serious enough for HQ to contact us, so they must have a good reason. Even so, we can't sit idly by. Let's keep up the search like we planned. Oh, ho, 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 ho. True to form, my number 1 subordinate. A most excellent remark. We've no obligation to obey their orders. Come now. Let us resume our investigation. Fuck the organization. Will that really be okay? The girl asked in full earnest. Why, of course, naturally. Vidocq may be a remarkable detective, but as a person, he's outright heartless. We've lost so many allies, yet we're expected to stand by and twiddle our thumbs? Poppycock, I say. Poppycock, I say. I'm with Posh on this. As it stands, our experiences on this island hold far too many unresolved questions. For example, why bother summoning us detectives here to begin with? Why didn't the staff at Snarks resist the attack? And who actually killed Senior Detective? The Alliance can tell us no as many times as they want. We have to keep moving forward, for the sake of all those we've lost. For those who come after. Okay, let's cool our heads a bit. Gourmet approaches the group, carrying a tray with enough soup for everyone. Soup. Enthusiasm is good, but not when you're running on empty. With a new phase of our investigation underway, why don't we refuel first? Good point. Thanks, Gourmet.
松茸スープじゃありませんの。私大好物なのですわ。
Oh my, is this Ryugen brand? I simply adore their matsutake soup.
パンも見つけたから焼いてくるわね。先にスープを飲んで体を温めておくといいわ。
Teehee, I found some bread too. Let me go toast it. In the meantime, feel free to have a bowl and warm yourselves up. We graciously accept the meal, helping ourselves the soup as we lounge on the lobby sofas. Slurping noises. The mushroom's flavor is pungent, blending in nicely with the bonito flakes and kombu broth. Kombu? A pleasant feeling envelops my tired body. My mind starts wandering. Either that, or I must really be spent the way my eyes start to droop. Oh no, the soup's been poisoned. It's gourmet all along. But then I notice the other slumped against the sofa is already sound asleep. Oh no, really? That'd be insane. That would be insane right now. What a twist. It's gourmet all along. Gourmet is evil. Wait, what? Don't tell me. An alarm bell goes off in my head. But nonetheless, my consciousness remains unroused as my eyelids grow heavier still. Holy shit. No way. Oh, no. Just gourmet, like... Through my hazy field of vision, I spot gourmet in the distance. Oh, it was too obvious. It was too... Oh, man. I can only vaguely make out her expression, but even so, I feel an intensity about her that I've never seen before. The soup! I didn't expect it! Ah. You drugged the soup?
ごめんなさいね。無能ちゃん。これも世界のためなの。
Sorry, incompetent. This too is for the greater good. Those are the last words I hear before my consciousness fades to nothing. Damn. Gourmet. Betrayed. I awake with my head in agony. Seems I keeled over and passed out on the sofa, my arms still numb and asleep. With a start, I immediately recall what had happened just prior.
そうだ。美食さんはどうしてスープに睡眠薬なんて。
Oh, right. Gourmet, why did you put us to sleep with that soup?
説明してあげるわ。
Give me a chance to explain. Gourmet is seated on the sofa opposite me, wearing her usual gentle smile. The other detectives gradually come to, probably thanks to all my yelling.
それは私のツナマヨですわよ。あれ、私のサンドイッチはどちらに？
But that's my tuna salad. Huh? Where's my sandwich?
起床して1秒でうるさいとか、本当に勘弁してください。少女は寝ぼけ眼をこすりつつ言った。
A pain from the moment she awakens. Give me a break, the girl grumbled as she rubbed her groggy eyes.
僕はどうして居眠りを？それに胸になんだか違和感が。
What? Did I fall asleep? Why does my chest feel all funny?
これって機動探偵がつけてた首輪なんじゃ。
Eek. It isn't this one of those collars that Renegade was wearing? Uh-oh.
正解よ、飛脚ちゃん。察しが良くてお姉さん嬉しいわ。
Teehee. Spot on, Doleful. Such a smart guess. You make your big sister so proud. Following suit, I inspect my own chest and find a device similar to Renegade's clamped onto me. Unlike the one Renegade had used on Posh, this particular device seems much harder to remove.
下道ちゃんがたくさん持っていた予備を少しもらってね。みんなが眠っている間に首輪をつけさせてもらったの。
I helped myself to Renegade's spoils and attached those collars to you while you were dozing away.
無能ちゃんのデバイスを拝借してコマンドも発信したから、あと2人分のコマンドで爆発する状態よ。
Then I borrowed Incompetent's D-pad and sent a command so they'll detonate after 2 more entries.
どうしてこんなことを？もしかしてあなたが八つ咲き校だったんですか？
Why are you doing this? Don't tell me you're the quartering Duke.
それに何のつもりか知りませんけど、いくら首輪を取り付けたって残り2人分のコマンドは発信できないのですし、無意味じゃありませんこと。
I don't know what you're thinking, but even if you're collared us, it's pointless when you've no means of issuing the remaining commands.
権限を有する監視者とやらはもう無能さんただ一人。理想探偵のデバイスは彼女の遺体とともに回収できていませんし、社畜さんのデバイスも感電の際に故障しておりましたわよね。
Incompetent is the only authorized observer at present. We never recovered Ideal or her D-pad, and the electrocution shorted out workaholics.
コマンドが発信できなくてはただのお飾り。何の脅しにもなりませんわ。
Without the requisite commands, these cars are mere accessories, an empty threat.
それが意味はあるのよ。だって本当は下道ちゃんへのコマンドを送った監視者は理想ちゃんではなくて私だもの。
Actually, you're wrong. It wasn't Ideal who issued a command to Renegade. It was me. What? I blurted out in spite of myself. It's true, we had just assumed Holmes was an observer, but never found any evidence proving that. Excuse me, to think Gourmet had been one all along. At that moment, the device on my chest beeps, as if to mock my revelation.
初めて聞いたでしょ。今のが首輪がコマンドを受信した音よ。これで私がコマンドの発信権限を持つ監視者だってことがよくわかったわよね。
Hear that? That was your caller receiving a new command. As you can see, I'm indeed an observer authorized to issue them as I please.
あと一人分のコマンドでみんなドッカーン。私の心臓が止まってコマンドが発信されれば全員おしまいね。
Just one more command and you'll all go boom. If my heart stops and pulls that final trigger, it's curtains for everyone.
どうして美食さんがこんなことを。
She's bluffing. Eek, why would you do something so?
あなたが監視者だということは社畜さんと同じく探偵同盟の幹部クラスということですよね。もしかしてこれは探偵同盟本部からの指示なのですか？
Being an observer means you hold an executive position in the Alliance, like Workaholic did. Are you here on orders from HQ by chance?
探偵同盟本部がそんなバカなこと。
From Alliance headquarters. Don't be
科学ちゃんは察しがいいわね。その通りよ。
Teehee, excellent guess, Techie. That's exactly right.
そう。私は理想ちゃんや社畜ちゃんと同じく探偵同盟の運営に関わる立場。いわば今回の八つ崎港事件対策会議の取りまとめ役なの。
Yep, same as Ideal and Workaholic. I'm involved with the DA's management. I'm more or less the coordinator of our anti-Duke conference here.
役割は簡単。みんなの中に溶け込んで怪しい人物がいたら正体を探り、必要となれば拘束する。まあ社畜ちゃんのように殺せとまでは言われてなかったけれどね。
My role was simple. I was to blend into the group, weed out anyone suspicious, and restrain them if needed. No killing involved, unlike Workaholic.
取りまとめ役。どうしてそんなことを。僕らの中に安崎子がいると疑っていたんですか？
But why were you a coordinator? Did you already suspect the Quartering Duke was one of us?
ええ、その通りよ。私たち一部を除いた探偵はみんな特別な能力を有していて、かつ機密警察が実験を行っていた時代に10歳未満だった子たち。
Yep, exactly. Barring a few exceptions, each member here possesses special abilities and would have been below age 10 at the time of the experiments.
過去の捜査データから考えると、この島へ訪れた探偵たちの中に八つ崎公がいることはまず間違いないそうよ。
According to our past data, there was no doubt the Duke was among the group of detectives who were brought to this island.
なぜ探偵同盟内に八つ崎公がいるとわかるんですかと少女は問いかけた。
How can you be so confident that the Quartering Duke is part of the Alliance? The girl asked.
いい質問ね。それは八つ崎港事件の被害者が出た地域は漏れなく、過去に探偵同盟のメンバーが派遣された地域だったからよ。
Good question. It's because, without fail, every location where the Duke's victims were found had been previously investigated by the DA. What?
まあ、 該当の地域に派遣されたメンバーには共通項もなくて、八つ崎港本人につながる鍵は未だにゼロなんだけどね。
Still, there were no commonalities between the members dispatched to those areas, leaving us with nothing that linked to the Duke directly.
どうしてそんな大切なことを今まで黙っていたんですか？
Why would you keep such an important fact to yourself the whole time?
混乱を生まないためよ。決め手にならない曖昧な情報は余計な混乱しか生まないでしょ。
To avoid causing a commotion, vague, inconclusive intel can only lead to unnecessary chaos, right?
自分たちの中に裏切り者どころか八つ崎港本人がいるかもしれないと分かれば混乱は必至だからね。
If you learned without a doubt that the Duke was among us, all hell would break loose.
最初に思わぬ事件に遭遇してこのメンバーの中に八つ崎港がいるとバレかけた際は肝を冷やしたわ。理想ちゃんがうまくフォローしてくれたおかげで助かったけれどね。
During that first case with Senior, I was afraid that the Duke's presence in our group would be brought to light, but Ideal's follow-up came to the rescue. That's true enough. We'd already been jumping at our own shadows. Had we started pointing fingers, our teamwork would have crumbled. Which is exactly why Saika suggested that the Duke could still have been lurking in the manor.
事情は分かりました。それで結局、この首輪は何なんですか？
I'm grasping the situation now, but what's the deal with these collars?
まさか本部の命令通り、救助が来るまでじっとしてろって命じるつもりですか？
Are you really going to obey HQ's orders and force us to wait here until backup arrives?
安心して無能ちゃん。その逆よ。
Don't worry, incompetent. It's actually just the opposite.
逆？
Come again?
本部の命令なんて無視するわ。救助が来るまで残り1日。
Damn.
私たちで八つ崎港を見つけ出すの。
We're ignoring HQ's orders. We have 1 day until backup arrives, so let's root out that quartering Duke.
もし見つけられなかったら全員道連れ。たとえ死んでも八つ崎港をこの島から出したりしないわ。
But if we fail, I'm taking all of you down with me. I'm not letting the quartering Duke off this island, even if it costs me my life.
道連れって。
What do you mean by that?
自身の命を絶ってでも首輪を爆発させるつもりなのでしょうと少女は美食探偵を睨みつけながら言った。
She intends to detonate these collars if it's the last thing she ever does, the girl said, glaring daggers at Gourmet Detective.
見損ないましたよ。なぜこのような短絡的行動に出たんですか？
I misjudged you before. What reason is there to resort to such drastic measures?
私たちはどうせ逃げも隠れもしません。脅しなどせず普通に事情を話せばよいではありませんか。
It isn't as if we'd run or hide.
少女は怒りをあらわにする。
It isn't as if we'd run or hide. Why not explain the situation rather than threaten us outright? The girl questioned angrily.
ごめんね、文学ちゃん。だけど、それだけでは足りないと思うの。
Sorry, Bookworm. I didn't feel that alone would cut it.
あなたが教えてくれたのよ、無能ちゃん。
You taught me something before, incompetent.
僕が教えた。
Me?
何のことですか？
What was it?
一度決めたら迷わない覚悟。私はヤマトちゃんを失ったあの時から何をしてでも八つ崎港を殺すって決めていたの。
To never waver with my convictions. Ever since losing Rowdy, I've vowed to kill the Duke, no matter the cost. Gourmet cracks a smile even colder than ice. The lights left her eyes. As her mouth curls upward, she seems almost crazed.
実はね、地下の研究棟を訪れた後の最初の夜に社畜ちゃんから探偵デバイスで連絡が入ったの。首輪にコマンドを発信してくれってね。
Truth is, Workaholic contacted me via D-pad on our first night in the underground research facility. He asked me to send a command to Renegade's collar.
私はすぐさまお願いを聞いたわ。下道ちゃんが八つ崎港である可能性は十分に考えられるし、何よりヤマトちゃんを死に追いやった張本人だからね。
I complied at once. There was a decent chance Renegade was the Duke. Plus, he was ultimately responsible for Rowdy's death.
ああ、ちなみに亡くなった社畜ちゃんがボロボロだったのは私が少し痛めつけたせいでもあるの。 やっぱり実行犯も懲らしめておかないとね。
Oh, and the reason Workaholic was in such a sorry state when he died is because I had to punish the one who actually committed the deed, of course. She admits these horrific facts like it's nothing. She always seems so sincere, or serene. I'm shocked by the brutality lurking beneath the facade.
ヤマトさんはこんなことを望みませんよ。どうしてここまで極端な行動に出るんですか？
Why are you going to such extremes? Rowdy, she wouldn't have wanted this.
ええ、分かってるわ。これは私の自己満足。
Yes, I know. But this is for my own satisfaction.
八つ崎高候補に挙げられていなかった彼女のお願いを断りきれず、この島へ招いてしまった私自身の罪を少しでも償いたいだけ。
She wasn't a candidate for being the Duke, but when she asked to come, I couldn't say no. I brought her to morgue, so now I've got to repent however I can.
だけど何より、明けぬ夜事件の再来を防ぐことが最大の目的よ。
More than anything, though, I want to prevent another dayless night incident from occurring.
明けぬ夜事件の再来を防ぐこと。
Prevent another dayless night incident?
そういえば下道探偵が美食さんは明けぬ夜事件の被害者だって言っていましたね。それと何か関係があるんですか？
That's right. Renegade did mention you were a victim of it yourself, but how is that related?
知っていたのね。ええ、その通りよ。あの悲劇は今でも忘れないわ。
Ah, so you knew. Yep, that's right. I still haven't been able to forget how tragic it all was.
私は明けぬ夜事件が起きた日、奴らの引き起こした爆発テロの影響で約半月もの間瓦礫の中に閉じ込められたの。
Due to the terrorist attack that day, I wound up pinned down under rubble for around half a month.
土でもゴムでも鉄でも何でも食べたおかげで生き残ることができたわ。でも私と一緒に閉じ込められた人たちはみんな亡くなったし、私も後遺症で空腹感が一生消えない体になったの。
I survived by eating dirt, rubber, iron, anything. Everyone else trapped with me had died, and even now my stomach still pangs with constant hunger.
もうあんな不幸を、美味しいものも食べられない子たちを増やしちゃいけない。悲劇を繰り返しちゃいけない。
Never again. I won't accept another disaster like that robbing people of the freedom to eat with relish. We can't allow tragedy to repeat itself.
だから八つ崎港はこの島から絶対に出しちゃいけないの。たとえ本部がどう言おうとも、私は八つ崎港を見つけ出すわ。あなたたちが何と言おうとも協力してもらうわよ。
So under no circumstances am I letting the Duke off this island. Who cares what HQ has to say? I'm finding him, and you're all going to help. Gourmet dons a deadly serious expression, yet in spite of that, Posh approaches her meekly, as I wonder what she means to do. Oh.
ビンタ
I was gonna say, she's gonna just slap her. She slapped her! Posh forcefully smacks Gourmet across the face.
今さら当たり前のことを言うんじゃありませんわよ。
This is no time to be stating the obvious.
家族
Posh.
あなたに命令されずともね、私たちは全員命を懸けて八つ崎港を見つけ出す覚悟でおりましたわ。
We were already determined to risk our lives in pursuit of the Duke without your orders.
それをわざわざこんな優雅でないアクセサリーまでつけて余計なお世話でしたよ。
Even going so far as to accessorize us so crudely. You busybody, you. That's Posh for you. We had all been cowed by Gourmet's intimidating aura, but now we can't help ourselves from laughing.
家族さんの言う通りです。僕も初めから本部の命令など聞く気はないと言っていたじゃありませんか。
Posh is absolutely right. I said so too, didn't I? From the moment we received HQ's orders, I had no intention of following them.
美食さんの覚悟は伝わりました。時間までに何としてでも八つ崎港を見つけ出しましょう。
You've made your resolve crystal clear, Gourmet. Let's corner the Duke before our time runs out, by any means necessary.
美食さんの気持ちはわかるけど、まだ僕たちの中に八つ咲き子がいるとは限らないし、この首輪は危険だと思うな。
I get where you're coming from, Gourmet, but these callers are dangerous. We don't even know for sure that the Duke is here.
僕たち以外まだこの島に誰かいるってこと？
Do you think it's someone else? Could another person still be on this island?
その可能性もあるし、もしかしたら死んだと思っていた人が生きている可能性だって考えられるよね。
It's possible. Not to mention someone we thought had died could still be alive, right?
相手はあの八つ咲き子だもの。
That's what I'm
何が起こ
saying.
っても不思議じゃないって考えるべきじゃないかな。
To me, it just makes too much sense that I think it was set up like all in advance by like a Saika character. This is the courting Duke we're talking about. We shouldn't be surprised by any unexpected twists.
飛脚探偵の言う通り、あなたのこの行動はリスクが高すぎますよ。と少女は呆れて探索してみせた。
As doleful detective stated, your actions have been far too risky, the girl said with a sigh of exasperation.
ですが、なんだかうさんくさかったあなたが本音を見せてくれたのは喜ばしいことです。最後まで諦めず捜査し続けましょう、美食探偵。と言って少女は手を差し出す。
But I'm glad you've revealed your true nature. Something about you seemed off. Let's continue our search until the end, Gourmet Detective. You guys.
どうなることかと思いましたけど、みんな気持ちは一つのようですね。
I expect as much, but it seems we're all in agreement.
美食さん、僕も協力します。あなたも他のみんなも死なせたりしません。
I'll help too, Gourmet. I won't let you or anyone else die.
だから教えてくれませんか？八つ咲子に関するまだ僕らの知らない情報を。
In light of that, though, will you share whatever you can tell us about the Duke?
そうね。みんなを騙し続けてきてごめんなさい。
You got it. Sorry for tricking you all.
先ほども言った通り、八つ咲子はこの対策会議に招集された中にいることはまず間違いないわ。これは過去の機密警察の実験記録から割り出された確かな情報。
As I said, there's no doubt the Duke was among the detectives called to this meeting. Records from the secret police's experiments confirm this much.
性別は不明、顔は写真が残っていないし、整形の可能性も高いから手がかりはゼロ。事実、教育係を務めた社畜ちゃんでも下道ちゃん以外は分からなかったから、おそらく間違いないのでしょうね。
Title aside, their gender's unknown. No photos of them remain, and they likely had cosmetic surgery, seeing as even Workaholic only recognized Renegade.
わからないことばかりじゃありませんの。
So essentially, you know absolutely nothing?
まあまあ、だからこそこの対策会議が開かれたんでしょ。
Easy now. It's probably the reason this meeting was called to in order in the first place.
無能ちゃんの言う通り、ろくな情報がないからこそ私も焦っているの。
Exactly, incompetent. We have very few leads to go off, so suffice it to say, I'm also on edge.
本部が捜査を中止した理由はわからないけれど、このまま何も捜査しないなんて認められないわ。こうしてみんなを脅してでも本気で調査しなくちゃいけないと思ったの。
I don't know why HQ ordered we stop, but I refuse to sit idly by. Even if it meant threatening you all, I had to keep this investigation going.
手がかりなら見つけられるかもしれませんよ。と言って少女は外を指さした。
If we're looking for clues, maybe we can start there, said the girl, pointing outside.
外？
What? Outside? I follow her pointer finger and finally come to a vital realization.
ヘリポートにいたはずの黒い SPX がいない？
That black SPX near the heliport is gone.
ええ、今なら外を調べることもできるのではありませんか。
Yes, we should be able to look around outside now, correct?
その通りだよ。ありがとう。さすがは文学さん。
Yeah, good looking out, Bookworm. We can always count on you.
ふふんと少女は誇らしげに胸を張った
Heh, heh. Girl chuckled, puffing out her chest with pride.
今なら外も明るいし、不意打ちを食らうこともなさそうだね。
Still light out, so we shouldn't be caught off guard.
僕も脅威の気配は感じないよ。今なら平気だと思う。
Yeah, I'm not sensing any threats at the moment either. We should be safe if we head out now.
あれだけの巨体ですからすぐに気づけるでしょうけど、周囲にはよくよく注意を払いましょうね。
With how massive that SPX is, we should notice it first. But nonetheless, let's keep a close watch on our surroundings, shall we?
まずはどこへ行きますか？
Where are we headed first?
はあ、聞くまでもないでしょう。
Is it not obvious? Posh lets out a sigh before continuing.
まずは理想探偵の遺体を回収することが最優先ですわ。レディーである彼女をいつまでも野ざらしはかわいそうですからね。
Our first priority is recovering Ideal's body. She's a lady after all. Leaving her exposed to the elements is unthinkable.
ほうけた顔をしてどうしましたの？
Why, pray tell, is your jaw agape?
いや、なんというか、いつになく優しいから驚いて。
No, it's just that you're not usually so thoughtful. It was a little shocking is all.
あなたバカですけど意外と人情深い方なのですねバカですけど少女は最上級の賞賛を家族探偵に送った
You may be a fool, but you're surprisingly empathetic. Though a fool regardless, said the girl, offering Posh her highest praise.
ちょっとバカの呼ぶんでしょう、バカは。
Beg pardon? Who's calling whom a fool, you fool? Totally slipped my mind. Saika's been out there ever since she was dismembered. She's probably in a terrible state, considering that it's been over a week, but I still want to give her a proper burial. Not out of professional obligation, but because she's my friend.
ありがとうございます。
Oh man, this is where we're setting it up for something, reveal about Ideal Detective. I'm calling it,
理想
man.
探偵の遺体を救助が来るまで
I'm calling it.
ど
It's a
こかに
fake
向かってい
body.
ると嬉しいです。
It wasn't really her. Thanks, Posh. I'll lend a hand too. It'd make me happy if we could keep Ideal's body safe until backup arrives.
そんなのお安いご用ですわ。さあ、理想探偵の元へ参りますわよ。私についてきなさい。
No trouble at all. We will fetch her at once. Now follow my lead, everyone. With Posh at the forefront, we waste no time exiting the research facility.
最後にいい仲間と出会えたわねサイカちゃん
I made some good allies in the end, Saika.
暴走してごめんなさいねでも必ずあなたの敵も取ってみせるわ
Sorry for being so reckless, but come what may, I swear to avenge you. 22 hours remain until our collars detonate. 22 hours.
久しぶりの青空、暖かい天の日差し、肌を撫でる涼しげなそよ風。なんというすがすがしい心地でしょう。
Oh, ho ho ho. It's been far too long. The blue skies, the warmth of the sun, the cool summer breeze caressing my skin. How wonderfully refreshing.
家族さん、あまり大声を出すのは危ないかなって。
Posh, you might want to keep your voice down.
外に出るだけでテンションが上がるとか犬と変わりませんね少女は呆れたようにため息をついた
Going outside excites her this much. She may as well be a dog, the girl quipped, sighing with disgust. Nevertheless, Posh takes the lead, laughing in high spirits as we walk out of the building. It's our first time outside in about a week. While Posh's behavior may seem over the top, I honestly feel like jumping for joy myself. I'm sure the others must feel the same. They've all got some much-needed color on their faces compared to when we were in the facility.
よし、黒い SPX の気配はしないよ。また最初の頃みたいに洋館の周りをうろついているのかもしれないね。
Okay, yeah, I'm not sensing that black SPX. Maybe it's circling the manor like it was when we first got here.
よし。じゃあこの先の山道に向かってホームズさんの遺体を探そうか。
Alright, then let's follow the mountain path up ahead and search for Holmes's body.
くんくんこの匂い 少し前に雨が降ったよね。
Sniff, sniff. Smells like it rained a bit ago.
だからちょっと地面がぬかるんで感じるんですね。少しタイヤが空回り気味なので車椅子を押してもらってもいいですか？
That must be why the ground has some give to it. My wheels just keep spinning in place. Would anyone mind giving me a push?
ええ、もちろんよ。お姉さんに任せて。
Sure, no problem. Leave it to your big sis. Gourmet pushes Decky's chair happily as they continue onward together. Nice. I wonder what would become of our team, but it seems all the commotion with the callers earlier hasn't affected things too much.
でも美食さんの覚悟は固い。救助が来て捜査の猶予がなくなってしまったら僕らの胸の首輪を本当に爆破するはずだ。
Even so, Gourmet is resolute. If backup arrives before we can finish our investigation, I think she's serious about detonating these callers.
それまでに何とかして八つ崎港の正体の手がかりを見つけないと。
No matter what it takes, we need to find a clue to the Duke's true identity before that time arrives. We keep our eyes, multiple, peeled as we head toward the mountain road, but to no avail. Before long, we arrive at the fateful path where we fought off the black SPX. 1 week ago, in this very spot, Saika was...
大丈夫、無能君。
Incompetent, you okay there? Doleful supports me as I begin to stagger.
ありがとう、飛躍くん。覚悟はしていたけど、やっぱりこの場所に来るのはきついね。
Thanks, Doleful. I've been psyching myself up, but coming back here really hits hard.
僕もあの夜の出来事を思うと胸が張り裂けそうになるよ。
Yeah, when I think about what happened that night, my chest feels like it's about to burst.
もう1週間が経つんだね。理想さんが黒い SPX に殺されてから。
It's already been over a week since Ideal was killed by that SPX, I mean. To get back, all this turmoil really started with Saika's sudden demise. And now, here we are, 7 days later. Downtown's phantom killing, workaholic's semi-sealed cell, renegade scheme in the maze, the paradox murders in the underground facility. That's 4 mysteries solved.
あの時は黒いメカが SPX という警備ロボットだってことも、機密警察のことも何も知らなかった。
Back then, we didn't know that Black Mech was an SPX sentry, nor did we know about the existence of the secret police. Speaking of cases, there's not like a thing we hadn't read yet, right? Just wanted to check and make sure. I think we're good. Okay.
でも今の僕らならあの時には分からなかった謎も紐解けるはずだ。真相を暴いてみんなの仇を取ろう。
But things are different now. We should be able to solve the riddles we couldn't before. Let's find the truth and avenge our friends.
そうだね。
Yeah, let's.
無能さん、妙ですわ。
Incompetent, the strangest thing happened. Posh, who had gone off ahead, suddenly comes racing back with a fretful expression.
結婚らしきものを見つかったのですけど、肝心な理想探偵の死体がありませんの。
I found what appears to be traces of blood, but Ideal's body, the target of our recovery mission, is nowhere to be seen.
ホームズさんの死体がない。
Holmes's body is gone?
そんな血の跡は残ってるのにどうして？
Why? Her blood's still there, so how?
復讐の残りがもしないわ。おそらく雨が降る前か雨が降っている時に運ばれたのね。
There's no scent of rot either. She was likely carried off either before or during the rain.
運ばれた際の血痕も全く見当たりません。おそらく血液が完全に乾いてから移動させたのだと思われます。
The body didn't leave any trails when it was moved, so the blood was probably completely dry already.
それを考えると僕らが洋館に閉じ込められてから3日以上は経過した後のはず。いや、雨も考慮するとこの1日か長くても2日以内に運ばれたと考えていいでしょう。
Which means it must have happened after we'd been locked in the manor for 3 days or more. No, with the rain, it would have been 2 at most.
誰が何の目的で。
But by whom? For what purpose?
理想探偵の死は偽装だった。 という可能性はあ
Me
り
and
ませんか
Bookworm, we're on the same page here. Is there a chance that perhaps Ideal Detective's death was staged? Bookworm, who had been standing a fair distance back so as to avoid seeing the body, now comes striding towards me.
序盤に殺された人物が実は黒幕だったという展開はミステリーでは珍しくありませんと少女はやや偏見混じりな自覚がある推理を口にする
Although I will say a character pointing out an idea that I've had this early in the final chapter makes it seem like it's not the exact final answer, doesn't it? In mysteries, it's not unheard of for the one killed in the prologue to be the mastermind all along, said the girl, slightly colored by bias.
ちょっと文学さん、めったなことは言うものじゃありませんわよ。
Just one moment, Bookworm. You mustn't say such things as so heedlessly.
私が見る限り理想ちゃんは確かに死んでいたわ。匂いも確かに血液そのものだった。遠くからとはいえさすがに間違えないと思うわ。
As far as I'm aware, Ideal really was killed. Scent of blood is undeniable. I may have been a ways off, but I don't think I'm wrong.
僕もそう思います。間違いなく理想探偵は全身を切り裂かれていました。あの負傷で生きていたとは考えにくいです。
I'm with them. There's no question that Ideal got sliced all over. So hard to imagine she could survive with wounds like those.
それに理想さんも死んだと証言してくれていましたし。
Plus, we have Armor's word to go off. I witnessed the moment she died with my own eyes. Her death was too intense, too vivid to question. There's no way I saw it wrong. It wasn't faked.
でも確かに遺体はなくなっている。
But one thing's for certain. Body's gone.
誰が何の目的で遺体を持ち去ったって言うんだ。
Just who could have moved it and to what end? We searched the area around the bloodstains, but nothing sticks out. Though I'd already figured as much. Doesn't seem the body is anywhere nearby. Our investigation has already hit a snag.
救助まで残り21時間。早急に理想ちゃんを運んだ犯人を見つけ出しましょう。
We've got 21 hours until the rescue team arrives. Let's hurry and find whoever carried off Ideal.
私たち以外に犯人がいるのでしたら、首輪で死ぬのは無駄死にじゃありませんこと。どうせ私たちは協力するのですから、外してくださいまし。
If there's a culprit besides us, killing us with those collars would be senseless. We'll lend you our aid regardless, so release us already.
悪いけど、それはできないわ。
Sorry, no can do.
確かに、私たちの中に八つ咲き公はいないかもしれない。でも万が一いた場合、みすみす逃してしまうことになる。
It's true that the Coring Duke may not be one of us, but if he is, I'd be letting him go from right under my nose.
八つ咲き公の正体を見つけられない限り、私はあなたたち全員と心中するつもりよ。みんなのことは大好きだけど、それだけは変えられない。
Unless we discover the Duke's true identity, none of us are leaving this place alive. That fact won't change no matter how much I adore you all.
島から出た後にまた容疑を追及すればいいじゃないですか。僕らが容疑者なのは間違いありませんし、生き残りの中から犯人探しが始まるだけでしょう。
Why don't we just resume our investigation after leaving Morgue? Sure, we're all suspects, but can we just weed out the culprit among us?
そううまくいかないのよ。
Would that it were so simple? Would that it were so simple?
今の私たちは結局、八つ咲き公事件に関する手がかりを何も手に入れてないじゃない。
Even after all we've been through, we still haven't learned a thing about the Coring Duke case, have we?
わかることといえば、下道ちゃんが社畜ちゃんを殺してそのまま死んだことだけ。このままでは下道ちゃんが八つ咲き公扱いされて終わりよ。
All we know is that Renegade killed Workaholic, then died himself. As it stands, it'll be assumed that Renegade was the Duke, case closed.
それはそれでいいんじゃないでしょうか。実際今までの事件を振り返ると、下道探偵が八つ咲き公である可能性が一番高いと思います。
Maybe that's for the best. Thinking back, Renegade was already the most likely candidate for being the Duke anyway.
他に疑わしい人もいませんし、下道探偵が黒幕だったという結論に話が進むのも仕方ないと思います。
No one else seems suspicious, so I don't think there's much we could do about him getting pegged as a culprit.
ええ、そうね。そう考えるのが一番説得力があるわ。
True enough. He's definitely the most convincing option.
世間的にも元殺人鬼が再び引き起こした事件として発表するのが最も綺麗でしょう。だからこそ起こりうるのよ。
He'd also be the easiest to present to the public, former murderer masterminding a new incident. But that's exactly my point.
真実かどうか確定しないまま、下道探偵が八つ咲公だったという結論で終わらせてしまう可能性がね。
Things will end with Renegade branded as the courting duke, all without confirming the actual truth of the matter.
何ですかそれ。確証を得ていないのにそんな展開になるなんておかしいでしょ。
What are you talking about? Wouldn't it be irresponsible to do that without verifying all the facts first?
いいえ、十分にあり得る話ですわね。この島で起きた事件の規模を考えれば何もわからなかったでは済まないでしょう。
No, I'm afraid it isn't unlikely. The scale of this incident makes it undesirable for officials to wave it off and admit they were baffled.
組織の体面を保つためにも、国に無駄な混乱を広げないためにも、仮初めの結論を出して事態の収束を図る可能性は十二分に考えられますわ。
It's quite conceivable that they would settle for a passable, if remiss, conclusion, so as to save face as an organization and stem nationwide panic.
そんな、それが探偵のやることですか？
You're kidding me. What kind of detectives would do something like that?
探偵のやることなん
Bad
だよ、
ones.
無能君。
It's what all detectives do incompetent.
ピンカートン家の話でもわかるでしょ。探偵の仕事は表に出せない事情を含むことも少なくないからね。真相が闇に葬り去られることだって珍しくない。
You know about the Pinkertons, right? This line of work involves plenty that can't be discussed openly, so obscuring the truth isn't unheard of.
現実の探偵は物語の中の名探偵みたいにいつでも鮮やかに真相を解き明かせるとは限らないんだ。
Real life detectives aren't like the characters you read about in novels. They aren't putting on a show with brilliant statements of fact.
でも
But... Yesterday, I was shown horrific vision of the courting duke's future victims. A half-baked explanation won't be enough to stop him. In fact, he could take advantage of the DA's misinformation to cause further havoc unchecked. Gourmet's concern is definitely warranted.
要するに救助までに八つ咲公事件の手がかりを見つけられなければ、真犯人は罪を逃れる公算が大きいというわけですね。と少女はここまでの話を一言にまとめた。
In short, if we don't find a clue pertaining to the Duke's identity before help arrives, the true mastermind may get away scot-free, said the girl.
この首輪は万が一にも八つ咲公を島から出さないための保険。美食さんは文字通り死んでも八つ咲公を止めるつもりなのですね。
These collars are plan B to keep the Duke from leaving the island. You're willing to literally give your life to stop him, huh, Gourmet?
ええ、その通りよ。恨んでくれていいわ。隙があれば私を出し抜けばいいし、できるものなら殺してくれたっていい。
You bet I am. Hate me for it all you want. Try to outsmart or even kill me if you've got what it takes.
それでも私はみんなを巻き込んででも世界のために戦いたいの。死んでいったみんなのためにもね。
Doesn't matter. I'm dragging you all down with me. I want to fight for the sake of the world, for the sake of everyone we've lost.
諦めるつもりなんて一切ありませんよ。
We won't quit now. Not for anything.
僕らで必ず八つ咲公の正体を暴いてみせましょう。
I swear we'll uncover the truth of the courting duke, come hell or high water. And come they will. There are only 21 hours left for us to uncover the truth. We need to find the Duke by any means necessary. To do that, there's one place we should start.
ひとまずホームズさんの死体がどこへ消えたかについてもう少し捜査を続けてみよう。
For now, let's figure out where Holmes' body disappeared to.
犯人は別に煙のように消えたわけじゃないんだ。この場所へと足を運んでそのままどこかへ消えたはず。
The culprit didn't just vanish into thin air. They came here and took her elsewhere.
行き先の手がかりは必ず残っているはずなんだ。
So there must be some clue pointing to their current whereabouts. At my behest, the others begin searching our surroundings once more. Whoever took Holmes' body is, beyond a doubt, our prime candidate for being the Duke. I zero in my senses, doing my best to take in the entire scene, not just the bloodstains. And then...
武装さん？
Armor?
どこですか？どこにいるんですか？
Huh? Where is he?
科学君の隣だよ。見えないの？
What? He's right next to you, Techie. Can't you see him?
何を非科学的なことを言ってるんですか？僕を怖がらせようとってそうはいきませんよ。
What? How could you say something so wholly unscientific? You're not gonna scare me, okay?
いや、本当に。
Huh? No, really.
自分の調査に戻らせていただきます。それでは。
I'll be getting back to my investigation. See you. Techie puffs his cheeks ever so slightly in apparent annoyance, then returns to the area he'd been inspecting prior. But even though he should be dead, Armor's still there, unmoving and unresponsive. What in the world is going on here? Suddenly, Armor approaches the bloodstains left by Saika and lifts what I can only assume is her body off from the ground. What I'm seeing, could it be?
この場所で過去に起きた出来事。
Is this a vision from the past? A vision of the past, I mean? I've only seen the future until now, so what am I supposed to make of this? No, wait. I've encountered residual thoughts at crime scenes before, and those gave me glimpses of the past. Maybe this is the same.
そういえばサイカちゃんが最後にエンドシーイングの本質は全てを見る力だと言っていたっけ。
What was it Saika said about at the end? That the denouement doesn't predict the future but rather sees all?
現場を振り返れっていうのは。
She said to reflect back on everything that's happened so far. Could this be what she meant? As I continue to focus my eyes, I notice something in the shadows of the tall grass. It's a footprint, which has now begun to dry. Judging by the size and shape, it's clearly Armor's. Maybe I saw it subconsciously and my mind visualized how things played out. It's just like Sherlock Holmes' specialty, abductive reasoning. By reading traces of the past, I can infer what took place.
じゃあ本当に武蔵さんがサイカちゃんの遺体に。そもそもどうして彼が生きてここにいるんだろう。
So, Armor really did move Saika's body? How is he even here, or alive in the first place? I have millions of questions, but mulling them over my head won't get us anywhere. I've got to tell the others about my discovery.
みんな、こっちに来て。足跡を見つけたよ。
Come here, guys. I found a footprint.
この足跡、まだついてから時間があまり経っていないようですね。
This print,
どうしてここにだけ足跡が？
it doesn't seem like it's been here long. I wonder why there's only one.
おそらく雨でぬかるんだ影響じゃないかしら。
Maybe because the ground's still damp from the rain?
きっと理想ちゃんの死体の元まで来て片付けるまでは雨が降っていなかったのよ。でも遺体を抱えてどこかへ移動を始めたタイミングで雨が降ってきてしまった。
It must have stopped when the culprit came to retrieve Ideal's body. But once they did, it picked up again, forcing them to seek shelter.
その結果雨で生まれたぬかるみに足を取られてしまったのだと思うわ。
As a result, their foot sank into the muddied ground here.
ただでさえ2人分の重さで歩くんだからぬかるんだ地面なら足跡が残って当然ですね。
Leaving a mark would have been practically unavoidable on damp soil, given that they were walking with the weight of two people.
ではこの足跡の主の痕跡をたどりましょうかと少女は提案する。
Shall we follow these tracks to their owner then? The girl suggested.
文学さん、この足跡の主が向かった先に心当たりでもあるの？
Do you have any guesses which way they went, Bookworm? Whoever made them, I mean?
あなたも気づいているのでしょう。この足跡のサイズ武装探偵以外に考えられませんよ。少女は少々嫌味っぽく言った。
I thought you had already noticed. Considering the size of the print, it could only have been armor, said the girl, her tone somewhat snide.
そうだね。やっぱりわかるよね。
Oh, yeah, of course I did. No, that's Bookworm for you. I tried to avoid bringing the fact up myself, but it was plain as day to her.
武装探偵が足跡の主なら地下迷宮からヘリポートを利用して地上へと上がってきたと考えられます。
If Armor created this footprint, we can surmise that he accessed the area by riding the helipad up from the underground maze to the surface.
ですから次に探索すべきは 彼が利用したヘリポートと彼の通ってきた地下迷宮が妥当というわけです。と少女は言い切る。
So it stands to reason that our next areas of investigation should be the heliport. Amazing question, the girl stated simply.
武装さんが本当に
Armor, could he really be alive?
喜ばしいことではあるけど、問題はどうして生きているのか、それに何を思って地上に上がってきてこんな行動に出ているのかということね。
I'm so happy to hear it, but the elephant in the room is how? And why come back to the surface to take Holmes' body? Gourmet asks what we'd all been wondering. If he managed to survive, the natural course of action would be to contact us and regroup. For what purpose is he acting so secretively? The only way to find out will be to ask him directly.
武装さんがどうして死体を移動させるような真似を
I wonder why Armor moved the body.
本人に直接聞き出せばよいですわ。ともかくここで悩んでいても仕方がありません。
We should hear from the man himself. Whatever the case, fretting it over right now won't get us anywhere.
さあ、私たちもヘリポートで地下へ向かいますわよ。武装さんの残した痕跡や彼の行き先の手がかりを見つけられるかもしれませんからね。
Come, let us head for the labyrinth via the heliport. We should be able to follow his trail, or perhaps find a clue as to his destination. We return once more to the heliport. Following Pasha's orders, I make sure we're all clustered in the center of the circular landing pad. I stand in front of the control panel, initiating the necessary operations. First, I release the lock, then I just have to flip the switch to make it descend. It's so easy I could do it in my sleep. The panel is kind of a ways from the platform though, meaning I've got to book it once I'm done so everyone doesn't go down without me. A bit nerve-wracking to say the least.
あ、待ってください、無能さん。
Oh.
どうやらこのヘリポートの操作は探偵デバイスからでもできるみたいですよ。
Oh, wait a sec, incompetent. It looks like the heliport's controls can actually be operated via D-pad.
それはよかった。ちょっと危ないからドキドキしたよ。
Seriously? Thank goodness, I wasn't feeling too sure about risking it. Not too long after, I see my D-pad notifying me of external devices ready to connect, followed by what seems to be the heliport's name. It's probably set to display when the lock is released. I hurry and connect my D-pad to the control panel. Beep, 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 boop, boop, boop. I join the others on the landing pad, tap the screen of my device, and watch as the circular floor beneath us dips downward. Rise, or the opposite, descend. The ride takes a little under 10 minutes. The helipad stops its descent, arriving in the underground hangar where we spent the night a few days prior.
無能さん、地下迷宮では何を調べますの？
What will we be investigating down the labyrinth, incompetent?
普段はリーダーぶるくせに、こういう場面では他人任せとかさすがですね。と少女は畏敬の目を家族探偵に向けた。
Typical. Always playing chief, then leaving it to others when the going gets rough, the girl said, struck in reverent awe over Posh Detective.
悪かったですわね。
Damn.
正直、今の私にはここから何をどうすればいいかさっぱりですわ。
Well, excuse me. Frankly, I haven't a clue what to do at this point.
リーダー命令ですわ。無能探偵、あなたが私に代わり探偵同盟を指揮しなさい。
This is an order from your chief. Incompetent, take over and lead the DA in my stead.
あなたも変わりましたね。と少女は呆れたように探索する。
It seems you've turned over a new leaf too, the girl said with a small exasperated sigh.
ありがとう、家族さん。捜査をいい方向へ導けるよう頑張ります。
Thanks, Posh. I'll do my best to get our investigation off to a good start. I scan the area, deciding where to begin. Our top priority is finding some clue as to Armor's current whereabouts. But there are still other questions to look into. For example, how did Armor survive in the first place? Why did he go to the surface and take Sayaka's body away? Plus, there's one more thing that bugs me.
黒い SPX を何を元に追跡していたのだろう。
What did that black SPX use to track us? Each model of SPX has unique sensors which allow them to chase us relentlessly. Now that I think about it, the black SPX did behave similarly to the red one. Closer examination might reveal something to us.
ざっと観察してみたところ、僕らが休んでいた頃から 変わりないように見えますね。
Just taking a quick glance, it doesn't seem like anything's changed since last time.
ヘリポートに泥を払ったような跡を見つけたよ。ヘリポートの外にまで散ってるから地下まで降りてきたのは間違いないと思う。
I found traces of what seems to be mud, both on the helipad and beyond it, so I think we could say for sure that he came down here.
でもそこから先の足跡は残ってなさそうだね。
The footprints stop after a while, though.
美食さん、泥の匂いを追うことなどは難しいですか？
Would tracking the scent of the mud be viable, Gourmet?
試してみたのだけれど残りがは嗅ぎ取れなかったわ。そもそもがあまり目立った量でもないしね。
I tried, but sadly, I couldn't pick up any traces. There's not a lot of it to begin with, so the odor was already pretty faint.
あら、ちょっと待って。なんだかあちらから妙な匂いがするわ。
Hold on, I'm smelling something unusual over that way. She points in the direction opposite to the research facility, path leading to that horrific winding labyrinth.
妙な匂いですか？
Something unusual?
ええ、例えるなら、そう、ショートした家電製品みたいな匂いね。全然美味しくなさそうだわ。
Yes, smells kind of like my blender just shorted out. Not even a little appetizing.
食べ物じゃないですからね。
Well, yeah, it definitely isn't food. I start to feel uneasy. What could be awaiting us up ahead?
この先には武装さんが落下した例のトラップもありますしね。まずはそちらの捜索から始めてみましょうか。
That pit armor fell into is nearby. Why don't we start our search there? As if retracing our earlier steps, we return to a familiar room. But no one could have predicted the sight we would encounter. Oh. Bang, 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 bang. What's that sound?
無能さん、あの子。
Incompetent, it's him!
赤い SPX？
The red SPX? Following the sound, I see the red SPX repeatedly ramming itself against the wall, its exterior like crumpled aluminum. I'm really hoping that we don't have to do an investigation while being chased by robots again. Don't make me do this game. I can't believe it can still move after getting crushed by the helipad. It's heavily damaged and doesn't seem to notice us, so it's likely broken. Oh boy.
こんな状態になってもお前は止まれないんだな。
Still going, even in that sorry state. What I feel is an anger but pity. My fate's been deeply intertwined with this machine, yet I'm moved as it soldiers on despite its damages. It's nothing short of admirable. Just like Saika, this mech is only attempting to fulfill the role it was given.
ねえ、科学君。この SPX にとどめを刺してやることはできないかな？
Hey, Techie, is there a way to finish this SPX off?
はい。ビリビリ君を使えば今度こそ完全に機能を停止できるかと思います。
There is. If you use Shakiwaki, the current should short out all of its functions.
ありがとう。
Shakiwaki, indeed.
もう休ませてあげたくてね。
Thanks. I just want to give it some peace.
では無能さん、科学さん、文学さんの3名はその赤い SPX の後始末と調査をお願いできるかしら？
Right then. Incompetent, Techie, Bookworm, can I trust you three with its deactivation and subsequent inspection?
私たちはその間に武装さんが落下した穴を調査してきますわ。
While you're occupied with that, the rest of us will investigate the pit armor fell into.
了解。任されました。
Roger that. We've got it covered. We watch the others exit the room, then begin our operation. The red SPX continues slamming itself against the wall. We approach it from the side, slow and careful. Regardless of the damages it sustained, it's still armed with weapons capable of piercing even armor suit. We need to exercise absolute caution. The SPX suddenly turns to face us. We're gonna die, I think for a moment, but it ignores us, heading to the corner of the room instead. There, I see the charging station we had examined previously.
どうやら充電に向かったみたいですね。電力切れとなれば自力で充電の場所まで移動できるのは素敵ですけど。
Seems he's just filling up his batteries. Impressive that he can rely on a backup power supply until he reaches the charging station.
誰かが止めない限り、ああして無意味な体当たりと充電を繰り返し続ける姿は 哀れなようにも思えます。
If we don't do anything, it'll only continue
少女
ramming.
は同情するように言った。
If we don't do anything, it'll continue ramming the wall and recharging. A senseless, pitiable cycle, girl said compassionately.
そうだね。
Yeah, it is.
科学君、あの子がこっちへ戻ってくるときにビリビリ君を撃てるかな。
Techie, when it comes back,
終わらせてあげよう。
could you shoot it with Shakiwaki? It's up to us now. Just put it out of its misery.
気は進みませんが仕方ありませんよね。
This doesn't feel right, but there's no other option. What if, like, armored detective is inside of the red SPX? What if some detective is in the body of this thing? True to his word, Techie ejects Shakiwaki spikes into the SPX, shorting out circuitry with an electrical current. We make our way up close, but it gives no sign of aggression. I get mixed feelings seeing its once menacing presence vanish so abruptly.
触れてみても平気なのでしょうかと少女は恐る恐る手を伸ばしつつ問いかけた。
Is it safe to touch it? The girl asked, arm extended in trepidation.
ええ、平気ですよ。むき出しの基板に直接電流を流し込んだので、これで動けたらさすがに化け物です。
Yes, he's fine. I hit the exposed motherboard directly. He'd truly be a monster if he could still function after that.
基板と言われてもあまりイメージがつきませんね。もっとわかりやすく身近なものに例えてくださいと少女は要求する。
Talking about exposed motherboards as if I can understand any of that. Make your future comments more accessible, will you? The girl demanded.
脳みそを直接バーナーで炙った状態って言えばわかりやすいかな。
I essentially said it's brain on fire. Does that make more sense?
そう表現するとすごくえぐいことをしたように思えるね。
Seems a little violent when you put it that way.
実際彼にとってはそれほどの仕打ちですよ。科学を愛する身としては心苦しい限りです。
From an SPX's perspective, that's pretty much what it's like. And as a lover of science myself, it definitely makes my heart ache. Gingerly, I touched the remains of the red SPX. What had been functioning mere moments ago is now just a pile of steel. It sits there, completely motionless.
サイカちゃん、僕らの運命を分けた敵に今度こそとどめを刺したよ。
Saika, our lives are torn from each other by this machine, but now it's finally over. I've got my revenge in a sense, but even so, the heavy feeling in my chest won't leave me. Ultimately, all of us, Saika, myself, the SPXs, were all tools to be used by the secret police.
文学さん、そんな考え込んだりしてどうしたの？
Bookworm, what's got you thinking so hard?
いえ、先ほどまで赤い SPX が見せていた動きに見覚えがあるように思いまして、過去の記憶と照合しているんです。
Well, that SPX's behavior reminded me of something, so I'm running it by my recollection, the girl explained.
壁への体当たりを繰り返すあの動きが。
What? When it was banging against the wall? I don't follow, but Bookworm's memory isn't something to sneeze at. If she has a hunch, there can't be any mistaking it. I quietly give her some space, doing my best not to interrupt her train of thought. At that moment, the other three suddenly returned from inspecting the hole that Armor had fallen into.
おかえりなさい。意外と早かったですね。穴の様子はどうでしたか？
Hey, guys, that was quick. Find any clues by the pit?
美食さんが命綱を片手に決死の覚悟で穴の中へ飛び込んでいったおかげですわね。
You can credit our speed to Gourmet fiercely repelling into the depths on a safety line. She did that thing.
危険な気配がしないからってどうなることかとヒヤヒヤしたよ。
I didn't sense any danger, but still, I was practically shaking with fear.
まともに降りていたら時間をたくさん使っちゃうと思ってね。
I figured making a proper descent would take too much time.
私はみんなの命を人質に取っているんだもの。 私が一番危険を冒すのが筋というものよ。
Considering I'm the one holding you all hostage, it's only fair that I take on a few additional risks.
ただ危険なことなんて全然なかったわ。かなり下まで穴は続いていたけれど、下には温泉が広がっていたの。
At any rate, no threats to report. That hole goes quite a ways down, though. There's even a hot spring at the bottom.
温泉？
Wait, a hot spring?
きっと地下水が地熱で温められたものね。相当な深さだったから落下しても命は助かると思うわ。
The geothermal activity must be heating the water. It actually goes pretty deep, so you might survive if you fall into the spring. Fell into the spring.
そうか。だから武装さんは無事だったんですね。
Huh. So that's how Armor made it out okay. That would also explain why he couldn't contact our D-pads. Falling into the water would have shorted his out.
でも無能君、僕らは武装さんが胸を刺される姿も見たよね。
Wait, but incompetent. We all saw him get stabbed in the chest, remember?
あの位置は明らかに急所だったよ。どうして武装さんはそれでも生きていたのかな。
It clearly hit a vital organ, so how could he possibly be alive after that?
それは。
Well... I have no idea. Like Doleful said, it definitely appeared that the blade pierced Armor's heart. Even if he survived the fall, he would have died from the blood loss. A mortal wound like that should have spelled the end of him.
とにかく今僕たちが優先的に捜査を進めないといけない点は2つだ。
At any rate, there are 2 points for us to prioritize in our investigation right now.
まず武装さんの居場所を探るための手がかり。穴から出てきた武装さんが地上へ上がる前にこの部屋を通ったことは間違いない。
First is finding a clue as to Armor's whereabouts. After escaping that hole, he must have gone through this room on his way to the surface.
何か手がかりが残されていないかもう一度みんなで捜査をしてみよ
Let's all take another look around and see if he might have left some sort of trace
う。
behind.
それからもう一つはさっき赤い SPX が繰り返していた行動の謎。
Secondly,
と判断するにはあの行動はすごくパターン的すぎた。
Secondly, we need to figure out why the SPX was acting so repetitively. Its behavior followed too much of a pattern to just be a simple error.
何か僕たちは大切な事実を見逃してしまっているのかもしれない。赤い SPX について小さな手がかりも見逃しちゃダメだ。
Remember, it's possible we're overlooking some key information. There's no detail too small as far as that mech is concerned.
みんなでもう一度この地下迷宮を調べ直そう。
Now let's all give this labyrinth a thorough reinvestigation. Oh, how fun. Oh, yep. Oh, the music's got a little upgrade to it, doesn't it? I kind of like that. It's got a little piano-y section added on top of it. Hey, at least it doesn't look like we're getting fucking chased by... Oh, we got... Oh, this is actually kind of nice. Yeah, it's got layers on it. It doesn't seem like we're being attacked by robots, which is nice. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick BRB. I'm gonna get some... I'm gonna get a snack real quick. I'm gonna also get like some water or something. So I'll be back. Give me a handful of minutes. I'll be back shortly. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Here we go. Boop, boop, boo, doo, doo. Do, 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 do. Alright, I gotta get into investigation brain. There isn't a ton going on. Alright, I mean, we're gonna got this. A residual thought, but I mean, it's simple enough.
どうしたの？どうしたの？手がかりを見つけ出すんだ。
Let's knock it out early. Is this Holmes' necklace? What's it doing here? Give me that scene.
この光景って
Huh? This vision I'm seeing.
まさか武装さんが穴から出てきた後の。
Could it be of armor after he climbed out of that pit? My chest throbs as if I myself had become armor. My head grows dizzy and my vision is blurred. Just walking is enough to make me totter, legs a-quiver. Mom spaghetti. Rather than watching the past, it feels as if I'm experiencing it vicariously. I can feel the denouement steadily growing stronger within me.
また悲劇を繰り返してしまった。
I've been made to suffer tragedy anew.
すまない、サイカ。後悔ばかりの終わりを許してくれ。
Forgive me, Saika. My very being aches with repentance. Forgive me, I beg of you. Armor removes something from his pocket and begins speaking to it. It looks exactly like the pendant Saika was wearing, but why would Armor have it? And did he just call her Saika himself?
この命に変えてでも必ずお前の無念は晴らしてみせよう。
By my troth, I shall avenge you, even if it should claim my life.
10年前に果たせなかったあの約束を今度こそ果たすのだ。必ず我の手で。
I failed to uphold my oath 10 years ago. Thus I swear I shall uphold it now. These two hands of mine shan't falter. Saying this, Armor then begins walking towards the heliport hangar. The pendant he had been holding in his hand now dangles from his metal suit. Did Armor have some kind of connection to Saika? And if so, what was the point of his actions just now? Oh man, everyone has been saying Saika. What if... Oh shit. What if Saika's ability is she's been talking to everyone on the down low? Like she has been us incompetent this whole time. And she actually has been implanting memories. She's basically Naminé from Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. Implanting memories, maybe even false memories, into everyone to get what she wants. To get done. Oh shit. Okay, and if so, what was the point of his actions just now? It's happening. I'm gonna be right. Okay. Let's see here. What do you want to do? Of course you do. Of course, that's what you want to do. What do you want to do? You want to go at that, and you want to go at this probably too. Your inference is 6. Your inference is 6. What's your assistance is 4.
どうかしたの？お姉さんに何かご用？お姉さんスパイスと
Boost! The symbol on the floor is clearly deliberate. It would only make sense as a message left for Armor, the girl said with absolute certainty. Sign on the floor. Or on the flowable word. Sign of a flowable word. This is music. I kind of like this version of this. Oh, it's all kind of, yeah. I can't, maybe it's because we've just been listening to the other one for so much. But this upgraded one is nice. Got less layers too. Oh, no, nothing that we have to analyze. Cool, I guess. Alright, so then... She wants to head that way, but I mean, come on now. He's not going to be able to reach that, so you might as well do it. What's your inspect level? 2? This appears to be an SPX component. It may be worth analyzing to solve the mystery behind that black rust bucket. There we go. Found the red SPX's ID number. It reads SPX-03G0001, so it was the first unit built during the third phase of development. The white SPX, which used cameras, was 01C0023, i.e. the first model. Then came the audio track and invisible SPX. They improved with every iteration. Okay. We gotta go and get this spot. There's not much you can do, can you, with your turn? Rest of your turn. You can move. Inspect is 5. It's pretty good. Oh, but we're gonna need to get this spot anyway. Renegade detective left the stain. He used his own blood to box us in a corner. Blood. Alright, this thing is still locked. How do we... Can't be that one of these red spots would unlock that, would it? Unless it's truly just, Oh, blood. Okay. Blood analysis 3. That red rust bucket's behavior reminds me of when the black one relentlessly struck the manor door. That's why I loathe such contraptions. Bam. Okay, it's 20. Could I do this in such... I don't think so. I don't think it's... Oh, your inspect is so bad. Why? But could someone, like, inspection 4... Two, 3, 4. My assumption is that I could get both of these with her, right? I will be here ready to help you. You're done. You're done. You guys are set up to work on that. We're getting this. This is new information. I've got to share it with everyone. Doink. Look at her getting both of those like a champ. Now this is a juicy bit of intel. Let me share it on my D-pad. Wait, you can't get both of them though? Oh, you bastard game. I thought I set that up. Oh, I thought I was really being clever and smart. I mean, guess we'll just move you there then.
何か用かな。
Ah.
どうしたの？どうしたの？感じるよ。脅威の気配。
Eh, this info hasn't been locked yet, right? I gotta tell everyone quick.
何か用ですか？とめんどくさいと言いつつ少女に調べ出す。
How very intriguing, mused the girl, imitating the genius physics professor of a certain TV show.
何か少女に尋ねかける。
I don't know if I clicked the last spot.
僕でよければ。
どうかなさいまして。何かご用ですの？上流階級をなめないでくださいまし。
僕にご用ですか？科学の力でお助けします。
Boost! I'm honestly just very happy. Wait, assistant 6? Wait, no, wait. Assistance 4. Sorry. I was holding my water there. Inference 2. I should have done it the opposite. Couldn't I? 3 assistance. I thought for some reason I must have looked at the numbers really poorly. Who could still go? Oh, you do. Shut nothing. Title screen time. Alright, well, my bad. I don't think it makes a big deal here. Oh, this is a juicy bit of intel. Share it on the D-pad.
頑張ります。どうしたの？手がかりを見つけ出すんだ。広い視野を持って対応
This
し
new
ないと。
information. Gotta share it with everyone. Alright, so then if the number is, it's like 14 right now. So 3 and 6 would be 9 versus what we currently have, 2 and yeah, we definitely need to switch this
どう
around.
されましたか？僕が解決しましょう。僕とフレンズが謎を解きます。
どうかなさいまして。ピンカートン家の誇りにか私たちなら解けますわ。
They're walking, they're talking.
さあ、実験を始めましょうか。
ピンカートン家の誇りに一緒
You
に
must
謎を解きますわよ。
Do it, I say.
どういうことですの？
Black and red. What is this? Double. You 3 special boost scenes. Look at that. Okay. The black and red rattle traps behave similarly. But what could it mean? Surely they must operate using the same principles, no? I guess it's if you got 2 characters to assist to demolish a thing and then they have a scene together. Don't you get it, Posh? The answer's simple. If it lacks a camera for sight and a mic for sound, what's left for it to track us with?
私の神秘眼に
Aha!
震えな
Switch!
さい。
Black SPX has a function that toggles tracking on and off, and the culprit keeps flipping it back on. That's not even close to... Actually, never mind. Haven't quite read. SPX remains. There we go. Nice. That one was quick and easy. Maybe we get multiple of these? 18 hours remain until our collars detonate. Having wrapped up our investigation, we reconvene at the helipad in the hangar.
さあ、随 と時間をかけて捜査しましたわよ。私たちの捜査で何が分かったと言いますの？
Well then, we spent a considerable amount of time inspecting the area. Trust our efforts have yielded favorable results.
説明します。今の捜査で分かったことは大きく分けて3つ。
Yes, we'll go ahead and share them. Our search has produced 3 major
ま
breakthroughs.
ず最も肝心な問題、武装さんはどこへ行ったのかについてです。
First, the most important question. Where did Armor go after he fell?
これについてはもう明確な答えが出ています。
As it turns out, we already have the answer. I recall what we found, then reveal where Armor headed. So it was, sorry. First, the most important question. Where did Armor go after he fell? As it turns out, we already have the answer. I recall what we found, then reveal what Armor headed. To the, not to the manor. I'm trying to... He came back here. Do we list it as...
向かった場所は地下研究棟です。先ほど僕らが捜索した部屋の床からもよくわかります。
He went toward the underground research facility. What we found on the floor of the room we were in supports this theory.
足跡も泥も見つけられませんでしたが、どうしてわかるんですか？地下牢に向かった可能性もあるかと思うのですが。
I mean, whoops. How can you tell? There weren't any prints or mud left behind. There's a good possibility he went to the dungeon instead.
床にメッセージが残されていたんですよ。
A message was left on the ground.
ぱっと見ではわからず、武装探偵のように疲労困憊で部屋にたどり着いた人にだけわかる暗号がね。と、少女は自らの推理を説明する。
It was easy to miss in a hurry, but not for someone as worn out as Armor would have been, explained the girl.
僕も文学さんの言う通りだと思う。実は僕らの目線からだと気づきにくいだけで、この床の模様は矢印を表していたんだ。
I'm with Bookworm. At first, it was hard to notice from our perspective, but the pattern on the ground forms an arrow.
多分あの部屋にたどり着いた武装さんは疲れで視線も下がっていたはず。そうなると自然に床へ目が行くでしょう。
I assume Armor was exhausted by the time he got there, so his eyes were naturally cast down at the floor.
私たちはそちらの通路から戻ってきましたけど、床のメッセージに気づきませんでしたわよ。
We too made our way back using that very passageway, yet we saw nothing of the sort.
僕らの場合、無能くんたちの出迎えがあったからね。そうそう床を向くことはなかったんじゃないかな。
Well, in our case, we had incompetent and the others waiting for us. We probably weren't very focused on the ground then, you know.
それにただのタイヤ跡にも見える塩梅よ。注意深く見てなければ何も気づけないまま終わりだったと思うわ。
Plus, they look more or less like tire tracks. Unless you inspected them closely, it'd be easy not to give them so much as a second thought.
きっとこのメッセージを残した子は他の子たちにバレないよう自分たちの居場所を伝える目的があったのでしょうね。
Whoever left these marks must have intended to share their location discreetly without anyone else knowing.
つまり武装さんとメッセージの主の目的は私たちとの合流ですの？
So, the purpose behind this message was to allow Armor to reconvene with our group?
ここまでの情報から考える限りはおそらく。
It seems that way, based on our current info.
合流後にどうしたいかまではわからないけれどね。
Though, we can't know what his plan is after meeting back up with us.
ただこのメッセージは曖昧なので、武装さんが地上に上がったのも仕方ありません。
It wasn't a highly specific message, so he didn't have much choice but to head above ground.
地下研究棟の方面に向かったことはわかるけど、地上に上がったか先へ進んだかまではわからない。だから武装さんは一度地上の様子を見に行った。
He knew we made for the research facility, but couldn't tell whether we exited the surface or continued below ground.
そう考えると辻褄はあります。
So he did the former and checked around. That would make for a consistent story. Only one question remained. Why did he carry Saika's body away? There's not much that can be done to figure that out right now. We'll just have to ask him the moment we can.
一人で地上へ上がっても研究棟の地下へは降りてこられないし、私たちと合流したいならまた地下へ戻ってくるしかないわ。
He couldn't have gotten to the lower sector Snarks on the surface by himself. To meet up with us, he'd have to go back down to the helipad.
そうなると次は地下研究棟へ向かうというわけね。
In which case, his next stop would have been the underground research facility.
美食さんの言う通りです。
Yup, exactly. Something's up.
まとめると、武装さんは罠から這い上がってきた後、床に書かれた矢印に気づいた。後を追ったものの、地上へ上がった可能性も捨てきれず、様子を見に行った。
Armor climbed out of the pit and spotted the arrow on the floor. He then trailed after us, but couldn't discount that we might have gone to the surface.
地上で僕らを見つけられなかった武装さんは、残った選択肢、地下研究棟へと向かった。以上が僕の推理です。
After failing to find us up there, his only other option was to head toward the underground research facility. That's about the gist of it. No one refutes my theory. Seems I've explained myself pretty well.
まあ細かな話はともかく、武装さんが地下研究棟へと向かったことはまず間違いありませんのね。
Details notwithstanding, it's a sure bet that Armor set out for that subterranean sector.
早速後を追いますわよ。皆さん準備を整えなさい。
We mustn't waste any time giving chase. Everyone make your preparations at once.
待って家族さん、まだ一つはっきりさせないといけないことがあるんだ。
Hold on, Posh. There's something we've got to clear up first.
はっきりさせないといけないこと？なんですのそれは？
Something to clear up, And what would that be, pray tell? I gestured to the now defunct SPX.
あの赤い SPX のおかげで分かったことがあったんです。ホームズさんを殺した黒い SPX について。
That SPX made me realize something. Something about the black model that killed Holmes.
黒い SPX についてですって？
The black model, you say?
それは本当なの？どんな内容なのか教えてよ。
Really? What is it? Tell us. Posh and Dofo look at me with eager eyes. The others give inquisitive looks as well. No matter how much time passes, I still can't get used to people awaiting my take on a situation so excitedly. It just goes to show how amazing Saika was for handling it so graciously, and for so long too.
もう憧れている立場じゃいられない。
But that was then. Can't look up to her that way anymore. I psyched myself up, determined not to bend under the pressure. From now on, I have to be ideal detective. With full conviction, I share my theory.
そう。あの赤い SPX は。
Right, so about that red SPX. As I speak, my eyes wander to the remains of the SPX, and suddenly, my vision flickers.
またエンドシーイングが。どうしてこんな時に。
Wait, the denouement again. Why now? I'm not sure what's going on. My vision whitens like I've been blinded by sunlight. My feet no longer sense the ground as if I'm sinking.
あとくん
Watto. Oh. I vaguely hear someone call my name as my consciousness slips away. When I come to, I find myself alone, standing in a familiar maze. It's freezing. Even the inside of my chest feels cold, and I shiver when I stand still. It's almost like I'm the last person alive in the whole world.
サイカちゃん、こっちに来て。
Over here, Saika.
あの透明なメカは耳はいいけど、目が弱いんだ。ここに隠れていればやり過ごせるよ。
That invisible mech has good ears, but its eyes are weak. If we hide here, I'm sure it'll pass right by us. I hear a voice, one I know very well. In the distance, I see a boy I recognize at once. He feels extremely trustworthy. Just the sight of him makes my frozen chest swell with warmth. He runs. No, I run to him.
ねえどうしてワト君は私を守ってくれるの？
Hey, Watto, why are you protecting me? The question comes out spontaneously. But the boy in front of me gives me a reassuring smile as if the answer is a given.
そんなの僕の夢が 世界で一番の探偵になることだからに決まってるよ。
Because my dream is to become the greatest sleuth in the whole wide world. Of course I'm going to keep you safe.
いや、私はね、サイカちゃん。名探偵のホームズみたいになりたいんだ。
You, I mean, I want to be like the famous detective Sherlock Holmes.
ホームズってお話の中の人なんでしょ？本当はいないんじゃないの？
Sherlock? You mean the guy from the stories? He doesn't actually exist, does he?
もちろん、ホームズは小説の中にしかいない。でもだからこそ、僕がホームズ以上の探偵になるって決めたんだよ。
Of course not. It's just fiction. But that's why I'm aiming to become an even better detective than Sherlock.
いないなら僕が。私がなってしまえばいい。そうは思わないかな。
If he doesn't exist, then you... I just gotta become him myself. Don't you think? He tries to flash a cool smile at me, and I can't stop myself from bursting into laughter. His dream is childish, absurd even, but for someone as lost and empty as I am, he's like a shining beacon drawing me to him. The other kids only think about themselves. They're solely focused on their own survival. Only this boy here, only Watto, would try so desperately to find a way to save all of us himself. I just can't understand why he acts this way.
ほんと、甘ちゃんだね。
Seriously? You're such a softie.
またアマちゃんって言った。そういうことばっか言ってると、サイカちゃんがピンチになったって助けてなんてあげないぞ。
Quit calling me that. Keep it up and I won't help you the next time you're in trouble. What a liar. Whenever anybody's in trouble, this boy is the first one to spring into action without a second thought. Even for someone as cold and standoffish as me. He's not just any old softie. Spending time together like this has pretty much proven that he's a softie to the core. Then, that fateful day arrives. The boy shields me, getting torn apart by a red mech as a result. I run to his side in a panic, scooping up blood and trying to pour it back into his wounds. But there's no way for spilled blood to be returned. I scream in frustration as I splatter red across his body. Why? Why would you do that for me?
パパが言っていたわ。私の一生は悲劇そのものだって。最初から幸せは求めちゃいけないって。
My papa told me before that my life was one huge tragedy. That from the very start, I never should have asked for happiness.
私なんかをかばって死ぬなんてダメだよ。そんなことあっちゃダメだよ。
You can't die protecting me like this. You just can't. The boy is covered in cold sweat and clearly suffering, yet still he smiles at me.
悲劇って何？どうして君自身のお話を君のパパが決めちゃうわけ？
A tragedy? What's up with that? It's your story, but your dad's gonna go ahead and decide it for you?
君の物語の主役はいつだって君自身じゃないか。いくら悲劇に傾きかけたってそんなの覆しちゃえばいい。
No matter what, you're always the protagonist of your own story. No matter how much tragedy you face, all you gotta do is reverse them. The boy shakily gets to his feet, still smiling through his blood-covered face.
だってサイカちゃん、さあ私と一緒に悲劇を覆そう。
Stand up, Saika. Let's turn this tragedy around, you and me, together. Yeah, let's. But ultimately, tragedy is what awaits us. To save this boy, I become his substitute. I take the new name of Saika Sharonfold Holmes and begin my life as a detective. Others believe that I took inspiration from Sherlock himself, but that isn't the case.
悲劇なんて覆せばいい。
If there's a tragedy, just reverse it. The one I patterned myself after was none other than Watto Hojo. To this day, even as a detective, I keep those words of his close to my heart, always believing that one day our paths will cross again.
赤い SPX を見つめて たままぼーっとしてどうしましたの？
What is it about the SPX that has you spacing out like this?
ごめん。
Huh? Oh, well, sorry.
ちょっと昔のことを考えてるね。
I was just thinking about the past a bit.
ロリコンをこじらせてついにおかしくなったのかと思いましたよ。と少女は胸をなで下ろしてみせた。
I just assumed old Humbert's perversions had finally pushed him off the deep end, the girl said, noticeably relieved.
ロリコンをこじらせたところでおかしくはならないし、そもそも僕はロリコンじゃないからね。
It's not like I'd go insane from that, okay? Besides, I'm not into little girls, okay? I mean, the way everyone's eyeing me with concern, I assume I must have blanked out the way I did yesterday. The memory just now was probably psychos. It was just like when I witnessed armors before, another vision involuntarily triggered by something I saw. My ability to look into the past has only grown stronger. What the heck is going on with me?
ちょっと無能さん、顔色が悪いですわよ。
Your face is looking rather sallow and incompetent. Are you feeling unwell?
あなたは確かそこの赤い SPX に殺されかけたのでしたわよね。無理をなさっているのではありませんこと。
That red SPX nearly killed you before, didn't it? Are you certain you're not pushing yourself too hard?
ありがとうございます、家族さん。でも大丈夫。科学君のおかげで恐怖心はもうありません。
I appreciate the concern, Posh, but after what Techie said, I'm not scared anymore.
彼らには悪意なんてなくて、ただ純粋に自らの役割を全うしているだけですからね。
Those SPXs aren't evil, they're just trying to do their jobs, that's all.
そう思えるならいいですけど。
If that's what you believe, then so be it.
それで先ほどの捜査であの SPX について何が分かりましたの？
At any rate, did examining that SPX reveal something to you?
今から説明しますね。家族さんは先ほど壊れかけの赤い SPX が壁に体当たりを続ける光景を見て何かデジャブを感じませんか？
Let me explain. Posh, when you saw that broken SPX repeatedly smash itself against the wall, did it make you feel anything? Like deja vu?
最高に気持ちが悪かったですが、それ以外の感情は湧き上がってきませんでしたけれど、それがどうしましたの？
I found it unsightly in the extreme, but that's about the extent of it. What are you getting at? I'm not too shocked she didn't realize, but someone with a sharp memory would have. Alright, let's get into it. Bookworm? Bookworm?
文学さんなら何か気づけるんじゃないかな。
Hey, Bookworm, I bet you noticed, right?
見覚えがあって当然ですね。と少女は無能探偵の違和感の正体に言及する。
Of course I did, said the girl, confirming that incompetence misgivings were not unfounded.
先ほど目の前で繰り返された機械的な動き、ずっと続く無機質な音、
The repeated
最初に
movements,
黒い SPX に襲われて洋館の中へ逃げ込んだ時とそっくりです。
the repeated movements, that harsh, artificial sound. It was exactly like the black SPX when it initially chased us back to the manor.
あの時も私たちに外へ出ろとでも言わんばかりに洋館の扉に体当たりを繰り返していたでしょう。
Do you
少女は
recall?
自らの考えを口にした。
Do you recall how it slammed against the door again and again, demanding us to come outside? Said the girl, sharing her thoughts.
正解。その通りだよ、文学さん。あの赤い SPX の動きは黒い SPX に襲われた時とそっくりだったんだ。
Bingo. You hit the nail on the head. That red SPX behaved exactly like the black one when it attacked us.
つまりどういうことですの？動作が似通っていると何がわかるのか、もっとわかりやすく説明してほしいのですわ。
What does it all mean then? They behaved in similar ways, yes, but explain it to me in a simpler manner. The significance of this fact.
やれやれ、よく考えてみてください。例えば夜間の照明に群がるハムシの動きはよく似通っているでしょう。
Good grief. Think carefully. Their behavior is reminiscent of insects clustered around a lamp at night, don't you agree?
それは照明に群がるハムシたちが皆走行性を有するためです。つまり 動きが近いということは行動パターンが同じだということなんですよ。
Bugs drawn to light exhibit a quality known as positive phototaxis. So what I'm implying is that the SPXs share similar behavior patterns.
以上のことから黒と赤の SPX は同じ索敵方法
From
匂い
this
による索敵を行っていることが考えられるというわけですと少女は自称上流階級でもわかるよう端的にまとめてあげた
From this, we can surmise the black and red models both use scent-based tracking, the girl explained, such that even the self-styled noble could follow.
辻褄は合うと思うわ。黒い SPX に襲われた私たちは急いで洋館の中へ逃げ込んで息を潜めたけれど、しつこく扉に体当たりをされ続けたわよね。
That seems consistent with what we know. Even after we hunkered down in the manor and held our breaths, that black SPX kept hammering against the door.
あの SPX にとって私たちは姿も見えないし音だって聞こえない相手だったはずなのに、洋館から離れようとしないのは考えてみれば妙だわ。
It wouldn't have been able to see or hear us, yet it never moved away from the manor. It always struck me as a bit odd.
でも匂いを元に追っていたなら話は別だって、匂いは扉を閉じたって完全にはシャットアウトできないもの。それもかなり遠くからでもこちらを探知してくるような相手ならなおさらね。
But things change if it can track by scent. Even a closed door can't seal away an odor. That would account for how it detected us from far away too.
匂いの元である私たちが外へ出ない以上、SPX が周囲から離れなかったのも当然よね。
Being a source of the scent ourselves, it makes sense why the black SPX never left the area.
でも待って、僕たちが最初に地下のヘリポートへたどり着いた時、地上へ上がろうと考えたよね。
Huh? Wait, but remember the first time we arrived at the underground hangar? When we were considering going up to the surface?
その時は理想さんが殺された時と同じで、ヘリポートの近くに黒い SPX がいたけど、あれはどういうことだったのかな。
That black SPX was there at the time, just like when Ideal was killed. What was up with that?
おそらく充電のために移動したのでしょう。
If I had to take a guess, I'd say it was there to recharge.
あの赤い SPX は故障後にも動き続けていたのに、自ら充電場所へ移動できる機能を有していたからです。
In a similar vein, the reason the red model kept operating afterwards was because it had a function that allowed it to recharge itself independently.
そしてヘリポートには SPX の充電装置も置いてあります。運悪く充電のタイミングに重なってしまったのでしょう。
There's a charging station in the heliport too, being that at the same time was just unlucky timing on our part.
なら隙を伺っていたら洋館からの脱出も狙えたかもしれないんだね。
Huh? So if there'd been a window of opportunity, we might have been able to escape the manor?
いや、それはどちらにせよ難しかったんじゃないかな。ホームズさんが殺された時もヘリポートにいたよね。
No, it would have been too risky either way. The SPX came from the heliport when Holmes was killed, remember?
洋館のある山から降りるにはどうしてもあのヘリポートの近くは通らないといけない以上、交戦は避けられなかったはずだよ。
To leave the manor and get off the mountain, we'd have to pass by the heliport. There's no way we could have avoided engaging the SPX.
僕も同意見です。むしろ洋館の周囲からいなくなったと誤解して外に出て安易に脱出を図っていた方が危なかったと思いますよ。
I agree. In fact, wrongfully assuming it left the manor and making a break for it would have been even more dangerous.
どう転んでも結局あの黒い SPX の脅威からは逃れられなかったんだね。
So no matter how our cards are played, we still wouldn't be able to escape that SPX.
まだ証拠は足りていないけど、黒い SPX は匂いを元に索敵している可能性が高い。その前提でここから先の調査を進めていこう。
There's not enough proof to say for certain, but the black SPX most likely tracks using scent. Let's assume as much as we continue searching.
では早速武装さんがいるかもしれない地下研究棟へと向かいましょうか。
Alright then, let's shake a leg and get to the underground facility. There's a chance armor could already be there.
でも地下研究棟への入り
ちはシャッターでロックしてきたよね。
But
本当に研究棟へと向かったのかな。
but we locked the shutter to the entrance, remember? It makes me wonder if he really went that way.
罠だったらどうするの？僕、これ以上誰かが死ぬなんて嫌だよ。
What if this is all a trap? I don't want anyone else to die. Dolfo looks terrified. It's no surprise that he's wary of unknown threats. We have to consider that Armor, our trusted ally, could be a dangerous foe. But there's no way Saika, or anyone who calls himself an ideal detective, would show any apprehension at a time like this.
ひとまず前に進むしかないよ。捜査で新たに分かったことがある。
All we can do is keep going. Just a moment ago, we managed to figure out something new.
一歩ずつでもいいから前に進まなきゃいけない。一緒に行こう、飛躍君。
The only path is forward, even if it's just one step at a time. Let's all go together, Dolfo. Incompetent.
そうだね。ありがとう。ごめんね、弱気になっちゃって。
You're right, thanks. Sorry I was being such a chicken about it. Dolfo grabs my outstretched hand, climbing to his feet. I feel like I've managed to invoke a bit of ideal detective into my speech. What are the Black SPX's capabilities? Why is Armor still alive? What is his goal and who's working with him? We have a mountain of questions that need answers, but even so, forward is the only way to go. As it stands, our callers will explode and kill us, making way for the Duke to claim even more victims. It's up to us to prevent that tragedy.
では皆さん、地下研究棟へと向かいましょう。
Alright everyone, let's head to the underground facility. With that, we set off once again for the lower sector of Snarks. "18 hours remain until our callers detonate."
武装ちゃんってば、まさかシャッターを殴り壊して地下研究棟へと入るだなんて。
Oh, Armor, to think he'd break through the shutter to get inside the research facility.
脳筋は勘弁ですと少女は自分と真逆の探偵との再会に心底不安を抱くのであった。
I've had enough of that musclehead, the girl said, feeling uneasy over reuniting with the man who is her very antithesis.
まあまあ、きっと武装さんはこの地下の研究棟にも訪れたはず。
Easy now. At least this tells us he's been through here.
みんなで捜査して武装さんが残した痕跡を探していこう。
Let's examine the area and try to find any traces he might have left.
それにしても武装ちゃんの目的は何なのかしらね。
I have to wonder though, what exactly is he trying to accomplish?
下道ちゃんと同じく明けぬ夜の一員の可能性も考えられるけど。
Suppose he could be a member of the Daedalus Knight like Renegade was, but
もしかして社畜さんが口にしていた不滅探偵なんじゃないかな。
could he be Invincible Detective? You know, that person Workaholic mentioned before?
え？不滅探偵は下道探偵でしょ？
Huh?
どうして今このタイミングで？
Huh? But Renegade was Invincible Detective, wasn't he? Why bring that up now anyway?
不滅探偵は決して死なないって話だよね。
Well, there's no way an Invincible Detective could actually die, right?
死んだと思っていたのに生きていただなんて、まるで本当に不死身みたいじゃないか。
We all thought Armor was dead, but suddenly he's alive again. Doesn't it feel like he's defying mortality or something?
理由なんてどうでもいいですよ。
His motives don't matter to me.
武装さんが生きていた。今はただその事実を喜びたいです。
Armor's alive. Right now, I just want to celebrate that fact.
そうだよね。ごめん、科学くん。僕ももちろん嬉しいよ。
You're right. Sorry, Detective. I'm happy about that too, of course. Oh.
すみません。感情任せで無根拠に話してしまうなんて。探偵失格ですよね。
Sorry. I let my emotions do the talking without any basis. I ought to be decommissioned for this.
謝る必要ないよ。
Oh, get over it, you two.
信じるのが怖い飛躍君の気持ちも、何も考えずに信じたい科学君の気持ちも、どちらもわかるから。
No need to apologize. Dolfo wants to believe in Armor, but is afraid. You want to trust your heart over your head. I understand how both of you feel.
でも科学探偵なのに感情任せだなんて。
Still, I'm techie detective. I shouldn't let my personal sentiments get the better of me.
大切なお友達が実は生きてましたって展開があれば誰だってそうなるわよ。
The same would happen to anyone who just learned their dear friend was still kicking.
科学ちゃん、今の気持ちをいつまでも忘れちゃダメよ。あなたは今探偵としてとても大切なことを学ぼうとしているのだからね。
Try not to forget that you're feeling right now, Techie. What you're going through is a valuable lesson for any detective.
細かなお話は後になさい。すべては武装さんを見つければわかること。
Picking nits can wait until later. All will be revealed once we locate armor.
さあ、この地下研究棟でも私の優雅な推理テクを存分に発揮して差し上げますわ。
Now allow me to demonstrate to you all the unrivaled elegance of my investigative prowess. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Posh has the right attitude. We still can't be sure of the meaning behind Armor's suspicious behavior. We need to make sense of everything the culprit has done since arriving on this island if we hope to track him down.
この場所では武装さんの痕跡を探ることはもちろんだけど、社畜さんと下道探偵が死んだ矛盾階層殺人事件について改めて捜査を行いたい。
While we're sweeping for any traces Armor left, I also want to review the Paradox murders where Workaholic and Renegade Detective
下
died.
道探偵は社畜さんを殺したものの罠にかかって同士討ちになった。にもかかわらず笑って死んでいった。
Renegade killed
違和感を覚えて仕方がないんだ。
Renegade killed Workaholic only to fall into a trap that resulted in his death as well. So why was he smiling at the end? It seems off somehow.
この事件にはまだ気づけていない真相が隠されている。今一度僕にみんなの力を貸してほしい。
There must be some hidden truth we have yet to grasp. I want you all to help me out find
探
it.
偵が演出した悲劇を今度こそ完璧に覆すんだ。
This tragedy was one orchestrated by Renegade Detective, and it's up to us to turn it around. Let's go! Only 6 hours remain. Interesting. That's not because it was 6 hours left in the other one, was it? And they carried over the amount of hours? Or did it just reduce it? Is it just because there truly is not that much stuff to find? Because it doesn't look like there's really that much stuff to find. Let's be real. I should send the person with the best inspect level to the top right.
何か用かな。
To get these two things. Yeah, that's good enough. Because really, I only see there's 3 investigate magnifying spots, and then of course this.
お姉さんに何かご用？お姉さんに何かご用？どう
Is
か
it gonna
し
be
たの？
enough to?
甘味完食雨あられ。
She's gonna have to walk into the room to get that spot.
甘味完食雨あられ。甘味完食。
Fine by me.
やつはどこかしら。あら。
Now this is a juicy bit of intel. Let me share on my D-pad. I'm only just now remembering I didn't read any of the messages we got before, so after this we'll probably have a lot of new reading things to read. Many reading things to read. There's a spot over there, thing here. We probably want to send like 2 people over there. Watch, I got this.
頑張ります。
These two will tackle these two little spots.
さあ実験を始めましょうか。僕にご用ですか？ネジ一つだって見逃しません。
どうかなさいましてどうかなさいまして。ピンカートン家の誇り、私が調査だなんて。
Keep your eyes to yourself, you cad. No one's around apart from the shabby plant. How dubious. Perhaps I'll take it just... Excuse me, in case. I was fine. I should report this data to everyone else, right? Or maybe not. No, better safe than sorry if I'm unsure. Perfect.
何か用かな。
Oh, I was gonna inspect
調査は
first
僕に任せて。
and then move Doleful to the other spot. Eek! This info's been logged, Jeff, right? I gotta tell everyone quick. You gotta tell.
何か用か
You
な。
gotta tell people quickly. Got that. Okay, so this is going to be... Watch this. Inspect.
手がかりを見つけ出すんだ。
And you
はい
work on
少
this.
女は黙したまま一度さあ次の謎を探しましょう。
And then he can help her on the next turn to get it done. These are spare rubber wristbands, the same kind used on Workaholic when he was killed. I think I'm overlooking something crucial here. Good.
何かご用ですの。
Like, I want
どうか
you
なさいまして。
to
何かご用です。証拠さん。
pick that
出て
one
ら
up.
っしゃい。あらあら。
Oh, well done, Self, as always. Come across some vital information. There's this one over here. There's that one over there.
どうされましたか？
Huh. I'm just gonna, huh. Over here, huh. I'm hoping I did it.
完食雨あられ。
Oh, they're both above 3. Fuck, I should have reversed the order. Huh. Stupid, stupid, stupid. It's fine. I don't think these are set to be the most
僕
critical
にご用ですか？
ever. Let's
検証
do
なら任せてください。
wristband. Whip.
これは
I had Oogly Googly, great Googly Moogly examine the wristband, and he detected saliva. Given workaholic situation, only one person would have bitten it. Squeaky, squeaky. What's your inspection or analyzation?
どう
Bad.
したの。感じるよ。脅威の気配。それって。
Is this the knife used to stab workaholic? What's it doing here, though? Knife.
どうしたの。
Knife. You can't move. Don't move.
何かご用ですの。なんて地味な作業。これがピンカートン家の
None can hope to
実
deceive
力
my
です
keen
わ。
eyes. There's a surveillance camera hidden behind the leaves. How dodgy. Reeks of a commoner's handiwork. Oh!
どうしたの？僕でよければ力を合わせて謎を解きましょう。
Oh! The PCs won't turn on. I didn't do it. They're just broken. Someone turned the heat up all the way and left, the girl said, asserting her innocence. Evidence acquired, PC.
どうかしたの？
Knife.
みんなで解けば朝飯前ね。
There's no fingerprints. It only makes sense to wipe a murder weapon clean, but for Renegade, it's a bit hard to swallow. Pop. Uh-oh, we got another spot. Oh.
僕が解決しましょう。
Oh, you must do a thing. Okay, we're gonna. Oh, it's gonna be a little close, I think, but
何か用かな。
we'll be fine. We got this. Oh, I probably could have moved. What is your assistance? This will work, don't fucking worry.
少女の視線を上げた。
どうかなさいまして。ピンカートン家の誇りにかけて上流階級をなめないでくださいまし。
Get that looked at.
どうされましたか？ネジ一つだって見逃しません。
I should report this data to everyone else, right? Or maybe not. No, better safe than sorry if I'm unsure. Of course, better safe than sorry. What were you talking about, man?
僕でよければ。
Now watch this. We send the cavalry just this way. It's only 9, so it's not gonna be like I'm not afraid actually. I guess it would only be if there ends up being like another thing that pops up, but I don't think there would be. Now this is a juicy bit of intel. Let me share it on my D-pad.
お姉さんに何かご用？
Alright, so this one will be, you get this.
少女は黙したまま一
どう
度
かなさいまして。
And you
ピンカートン
assist.
家の誇りにかけて。
Oh, is it because if I haven't?
はいはい少女はこくりとうなずいて私に任せてください。
何かご用ですよ。
少女は張り切って
どうかなさいまして。庶民を助けるのも貴族の務め。
Bop! The security camera shows armored detective heading toward the surface. It must have made whoever set this camera up quite happy to see, the girl conjectured. Relieved to see her friend safe and sound. Uh-huh. Now does that need to be analyzed? No. Good. But we're leaving the spaces open in case. Assistant 6. Inference 4.
謎を解かなきゃ。みんなのために。
I got you, Doleful.
僕なんかでよければ一緒に。
Incompetent asked if workaholic stab wounds seem odd. Well, what did he mean? The marks are perpendicular to the ribs, but does that matter? Plus. Workaholic's corpse. Great. I'm gonna take a little bit of a BRB again. Sorry, apologies if it seems frequent. Just being... I'll chill on this screen though since it's got the music. I thought if I backed out it'd be a little louder. It's fine. I'll be back shortly. Give me a handful of minutes. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Again. Really? Okay. Every once in a while, I'm just like clearing my whole sinuses and getting through. Alright, we have a lot of keyword stuff to read. So we'll do that right when we get out of here. Probably like double digits. Oh man, look at that, 57 of 62. There's not that many left. If we do one more, if they have like one more map thing for us, you would assume that's to clear it out. The Quartering Duke, a deranged killer who publicly streamed a live murder on the internet out of the blue. Self-described as an entertainer, his modus operandi is two simultaneous victims. In the 6 months since his first homicide, death toll has climbed to over 100. Being a mouth breather. A scale reached by any serial killer that came before. Unreached. That makes sense. There are few clues to his true identity, as the voice heard on broadcast is scrambled. The police have investigated diligently, but in vain, failing to so much as uncover the Duke's gender. As if to mock their efforts, there's no consistency to the Duke's ideologies, claims, mannerisms, or even modes of self-address in his irregular broadcasts, making him the more elusive. How many more do you think we have? 3, 7, 10, 11. Case of the Quartering Duke. Otherwise known as the Quartering Duke incident, these names are used to refer to the numerous murders committed by the notorious serial killer, the Quartering Duke. Each occurrence is defined by two key aspects: two simultaneous corpses and the presence of the Duke's logo on their possessions. After half a year, over 100 lives have been claimed. Victims have been discovered nationwide with a stark lack of evidence left behind at the crime scenes. This led some to believe the killings to be the work of an organization. The truth, however, remains uncertain. Due to these happenings, the number of people too afraid to go out increased by the day, with some companies even allowing their employees to work remotely. Upon being designated as a Q incident, crime capable of throwing the whole country into chaos, the National Police Agency contacted the DA for their assistance in the investigation. Morgue. DA's headquarters located on this remote island, which is generally believed to be uninhabited. Morgue features rare twin calderas and is surrounded by sheer cliffs, preventing any passing ships from peeking through them. Central volcano is still active, however, and the threat of eruption looms even now. Originally, Morgue had been inhabited by an ostracized religious group, although they were forced to relocate due to volcanic eruptions. Traces of the present still remain. Red SPX, official designation SPX-03G. Characterized by its bright red exterior, this model indiscriminately attacks any target it detects. Unlike other models, it lacks an emergency shutdown feature, making it a pure killing machine. Top of heightened tracking abilities, sports enhanced laser sensors that aid its movement. Upon losing its balance, it uses internally stored wire hooks to perform evasive maneuvers. In short, there are no openings in this model's defenses. The propulsive power of its engine can eject blades from its apertures with enough force to damage even an armor suit. Because it specializes in lethality, however, its defenses are extremely brittle, to the point where Invincible Detective managed to destroy one in the past. Its demise resulted in the development of the Black SPX, which is able to withstand any and all attacks. Dungeon. In the past, victims of the Secret Police's human experiments are confined in this subterranean dungeon. It was constructed before the Secret Police erected the manor above it. It is believed to have originally been some kind of facility built by the religious order. They have been exiled to the island in the past. That's when I got to read these long paragraphs where my breathing struggles most, I think, or is most apparent. Due to its location, temperatures within the dungeon tend to be low. Walled beds were installed to prevent subjects from succumbing to the cold. Collar command. Investigations reveal 2 conditions that can trigger collar detonation. Detonation command is entered by a designated observer via D-pad, or an observer goes into cardiac arrest within a 10-meter radius of the target. If these conditions are met 3 times in total, collar detonates following a set warning period. To prevent potential disassembly and theft, the collar will explode if dismantled through an unsanctioned method. SPX series. 13 years ago, the Dale's Night incident resulted in horrific crimes across the country. Seeking to counter this, the Secret Police developed these robots in order to track down criminals. In addition to terrain and obstacle detecting laser sensors, each model boasts a specialized tracking function that engages pursuit mode upon detecting a target. Until their target is no longer detected for a certain amount of time, they will continue their pursuit, neutralizing any obstacles in their way. As a failsafe during their initial development, a soundbite was installed in the machines that, if parsed, would deactivate them. Inspired by this riddle solving, the personnel dubbed their beloved creation Sphinxes, or SPX for short. Maestro Detective, head of the Secret Police, became increasingly reckless. In his pursuit to make the SPX a more powerful deterrent, this ultimately results in tragedy as droves of children wound up dying in his research facility. White. Official designation SPX-01C, first SPX ever developed. This model serves as a foundation for the entire series. As a low lethality rate, utilizing what is essentially a stun gun to shoot electrolyte spikes that run high voltage currents to their targets, immobilizing them. One of the 3 openings on its exterior leads directly to its power source. It is possible to power down the machine by launching an attack on this area. While nearly all SPX-01Cs have since been scrapped, a special prototype model developed by Maestro Detective currently patrols the hidden underground passages, expunging intruders with its lethal voltage and spikes. Invincible SPX, official designation SPX-02H, second SPX model developed for stealth, as the ability to camouflage itself by projecting its surroundings back onto its body. However, its only means of detection are its movement sensing lasers and sound sensors. As cameras would hinder its stealth functionality, it receives no visual input. The invisible SPX sneaks up on human sound sources before using its horn-like spikes to render them helpless. Due to an overemphasis on stealth in its design, both its lethality and tracking capabilities are lacking. Underground Maze, a facility located beneath the Detective Alliance headquarters. The religious order that originally inhabited the island built these tunnels to hide inside during emergencies. They have since been repurposed by the Secret Police, who purportedly installed lighting, hidden doors, and secret passages. Irksomely enough, the traps and sentry robots from these days are still active. It was determined that decommissioning them was not necessary, and thus they were simply left as they were. Snark's research facility, a facility located within DA headquarters. It was originally built when the Secret Police was established, and vestiges of that time are reflected in the structure's general layout. Personnel that inhabited the island are highly skilled, with many of them unable to live on the mainland for any number of reasons. Such is the role of the DA, however, taking those who possess talent, yet ample reasons to avoid the public eye. The facility's name itself refers to the eponymous creatures that don't exist from Lewis Carroll's The Hunting of the Snark. Ah, of course. Invincible Detective. Mysterious individual who successfully fled from the Secret Police experiments, Believed to possess unique powers, they were given the alias Invincible Detective after they managed to survive every test imaginable. However, because experiments are always conducted on groups of 5, Invincible's identity remained unclear. As researchers cautiously investigated the true nature of this peculiar ability in a way that would not inadvertently kill the child, their oversights allowed Invincible and the rest of the group to escape the facility. Invincible is assumed to have determined that if their identity were pinpointed, everyone's lives would end up at risk. Ever since, Invisible Detective has been used as a general term to refer to escaped child subjects. Though great efforts have been made to track them down, not even one has been found as of yet. And I think that's all of them. Let's see. Yes. Okay. 10 hours remain until our collars detonate. Let us resume. We gather in front of the Renegade's corpse. I cut right to it and summarize our findings.
昨夜の推理にずっと違和感を覚えてた。
I kept feeling like something was off during yesterday's investigation.
その時は違和感の正体がわからなかったけど、その理由がやっとわかったよ。
I couldn't put my finger on it then, but I think I finally figured it out.
社畜さんは他殺じゃなかった。
Workaholic was never actually murdered.
あの鑑定士は自ら仕掛けを用意したことによる自作自演だったんだ。
He planned his death from the start, committing suicide by electrocution.
では胸にあった刺し傷は何だったんですか？美食探偵からお仕置きを受けたとはいえ、あそこまで負傷はしないでしょう。と少女は純粋な疑問を口にする。
Why the stab wounds on his chest then? Not even Gourmet would go that far to punish him, would she? The girl inquired honestly.
あの胸の刺し傷こそが自作自演の証拠だよ。
Those wounds are what actually those wounds are actually what gave him away.
あの傷を見れば誰だって誰かに襲われたって思うよね。でもよく見ると外道探偵なら絶対にしないミス。傷口が肋骨に対して垂直だという事実に気づけるんだ。
Seeing them, anyone would assume he was attacked, but a closer look reveals a mistake Renegade would never make. The marks are perpendicular to the ribs.
刺し傷が垂直だといけないのですか？とバイオレンス小説とは無縁な少女は首をかしげた。
Are they not meant to be that way? The girl asked, head cocked in confusion. She didn't harbor much interest in graphic literature.
ナイフを垂直に刺そうとしても肋骨に引っかかって心臓に届かない。外道探偵が社畜さんを襲ったなら傷口は肋骨に対して平行になるはずなんだ。
A perpendicular thrust would catch on the ribs and miss the heart. Had Renegade truly been responsible, the wounds would be parallel.
つまりこの刺し傷は初めから肋骨に引っ掛けて致命傷にならないよう配慮されたもの。社畜さん自身の手でつけた可能性が高いんだよ。
That means these stabs were calculated so as to not be fatal. Knowing this makes it very likely that they were Workaholic's own doing.
実際に刺された無能さんが言うと説得力が違いますわね。
This is all very convincing coming from incompetent given his own personal experience with such injuries. Oh,
笑っていいネタですか？と少女は念のため確認する。
is that really something to joke about? The girl asked, testing the waters.
笑ってもらった方が幾分か気が楽かな。
I guess I'd prefer it if you laughed.
ゴムバンドから検出された社畜さんの唾液もその事実を物語っていますね。
Workaholic's own saliva was found on his wristband as well, which would support the same hypothesis.
あのゴムバンドを取れば感電することなんて社畜さんなら簡単にわかるはず。それを自ら口で剥ぎ取ったとすれば感電死することが目的に間違いありません。
Naturally, he would have already known removing it would electrocute him to death. If he pulled it off with his teeth, then that must have been his goal.
昨日の推理では停電中に外道探偵がゴムバンドを外したんだと予想したけどそれは違ったんだ。
Right. Yesterday we assumed that Renegade Detective took the wristband off during the blackout, but that's not what happened.
停電のトリックも感電も全部社畜さんによる自作自演だったんだよ。
The power outage, the electrocution, it was all Workaholic's doing.
それじゃあまさか拘束された状態にしたのも社畜ちゃん自身だったってこと？
Does that also mean he used the handcuffs to personally restrain himself?
おそらくそうでしょう。社畜さんが 身動きを封じられていたのは両腕だけです。
Seems like it. Only his arms are actually bound.
あれなら感電対策さえしっかりすれば自力でも準備できますから。
That way, he could delay his electrocution and make preparations as needed.
冷静に考えれば犯行現場も下道探偵がいじるであろう配電盤のすぐ近く。あれは確実にコマンドを届かせるための配置だったんだろうね。
Think it over, and you'll notice the crime scene was also by the distribution board, putting Renegade in range of a command when he came to mess with it.
つまり社畜さんは下道探偵に殺されたのではなく計画的な自殺。下道探偵はまんまと社畜さんの計画通りに動いて彼の自殺に加担させられただけだったんだ。
In short, Workaholic wasn't murdered. Rather, he orchestrated his own suicide, and Renegade unknowingly played right into his schemes. The room falls silent. While I may have just uncovered the truth, it's a difficult reality to accept. We had assumed he was a victim of tragedy, taken by Renegade's hand, but in truth he was a madman who used Renegade to kill himself deliberately. It almost makes me wish we never learned what really happened.
どうして社畜ちゃんは自分から死のうとしたのかしら。
Why would Workaholic go and willingly end his own life?
それも下道ちゃんに罪をかぶせた状態でなんて。
Even going so far as to pin the blame on Renegade.
自分の命を犠牲にしてでも首輪を起爆させて下道探偵を殺すつもりだったんじゃないかな。
I guess he intended to kill Renegade by triggering his collar, even if it meant sacrificing himself in the process.
社畜さんはこの島から戻れば殺人者として扱われるもの。そうなればきっと社畜さんの愛する家族にまで悪評が届くよね。
Workaholic would have been treated as a murderer if he made it off the island. That level of infamy would have affected his family, right?
それならいっそ殺された被害者として消えたいと思ったのかもしれないよ。
So, maybe he figured it'd be better to go out as a murder victim?
そんな理由。
That was his reasoning? I try to argue against it, but words fail me. There are likely a number of people who do the same out of love for their family. I mean, it's not that crazy. Kind of makes a lot of sense, honestly. He carried such a dark past, but he raised a family in earnest and did his best to change. It's hard to denounce him knowing all that.
ねえ、無能くん。社畜さんは下道探偵に殺されたことにしない？
Hey, incompetent, how about we just say that Workaholic was killed by Renegade?
それは。
What? But isn't that...
ダメかな。確かに社畜さんはヤマトさんを殺したし、こうして不可解な死を遂げた。
It wouldn't be fair, huh? I mean, he did kill Rowdy only to meet a mysterious end himself.
だけどそれでも僕には彼を悪人として裁くことはできない。裁きたくないんだ。
But even so, I can't see him as a bad guy. I don't want to.
下道探偵の犯行として探偵同盟の本部に報告してはダメかな。
Would it really be so unacceptable to report Renegade as the culprit to Alliance HQ? I can't respond. I fully understand Dolfo's reasoning, and honestly, thinking about Workaholic makes me want to do the same. But still.
それはダメだと思うよ。
I don't think we should do that.
どうして無能くんはそこまでして社畜さんの罪を追及したいの？
What? But why? You really want to pursue his crimes that badly?
違うよ、全然違う。僕だって社畜さんを必要以上に責めたくはない。だけど。
No, that's not it at all. I don't want to put more blame on Workaholic than necessary, but... But what? I don't express my feelings, but my mouth fails me. We can't go with Dolfo's suggestion. That much I know, but oddly enough, I can't put my thought process into words. Why does the prospect stir up such a negative reaction in me?
はい、やめやめ。何を推理の途中におかしな道徳の授業を始めておりますの？
That's quite enough. We're still in the middle of an investigation. Is now truly the time for a class-wide discussion of morals?
そのような難しい議論はあなたたち現場の仕事ではありませんわ。管理職にでも任せてしまいなさい。
Your job is at a crime scene isn't to hold panels on ethics. Leave that business to the higher-ups.
それよりも今はもっとはっきりさせなければならないことがありますでしょ？
We've far more pressing matters at hand. Wouldn't you agree? Posh then points her index finger at Teki, teeth bared in a fierce, aggressive expression.
科学さん、あなた、どうして武装さんが映ったカメラの映像を黙っておりましたの？
And you, Teki, why did you refrain from telling us about armor being caught on film?
疑いたくはありませんけど、あなたが不滅探偵、もしくはその仲間なのだと疑わざるを得ませんわ。
It's not my desire to suspect you, but there's good reason to believe that you're Invincible Detective, or counted among his accomplices. Damn.
ごめんなさい。悪気も皆さんを騙すつもりもなかったんです。
I'm sorry. I swear I didn't mean any harm by it, and I wasn't trying to trick you guys. Teki bows his head deeply in apology, then shows us an image on his laptop.
これって
Armor?
本当に武装さんだ。やっぱり生きてたんだね。
It really is armor, so he lived after all. We spontaneously shout for joy upon seeing our friend, but the gaping wound in his chest silences us immediately. Our eyes hadn't deceived us. Right before the fall, Armor had been pierced by that SPX, and he's still alive somehow, despite that. Part of me is thinking that there's some situation where the original guy that was or original person that was in the armor, suit of armor, right? It's the case with all these types of games where you have a concealed identity, whether it's via mask, helmet, or a full body armor thing. Part of me thinks part of the solution here is that the original person in the armor that got pierced probably is not in the armor at this exact moment. You know what I mean? So that person died, and then the person who then took in, you know, take your choice, but someone else is now in that suit of armor, roaming around kind of thing. That's my assumption here. It's almost like he actually is invincible.
ごめんなさい。実は地上へ
Like it'll be a reveal once it's like, who's actually in the armor?
武装さんが生きていたら分かるようにって監視カメラを用意してたんです。
I'm sorry. Before we went to the surface, I secretly installed a surveillance camera so we'd know if Armor was really still out there.
実は迷宮の床に矢印を残したのも僕の仕業なんです。諦めるべきだと頭では分かっていたんですが、どうしても諦めきれなくて。
I was also responsible for the arrow in the maze. My head kept telling me to give up, but I just couldn't bring myself to.
やっぱり科学君だったんだね。
So sure enough, that arrow was your doing.
やっぱりって気づいていたんですか？
Sure enough, you already knew?
確証はなかったけどね。床にあの大きさの模様を描こうとすればどうしても目立ってしまうけど、科学君は別だ。
Not for certain, no, but going by the size and shape, anyone would have stuck out while... Yeah, anyone would have stuck out while drawing it. Anyone aside from you, that is.
車椅子のタイヤをうまくこすらせれば床に矢印を描くこともできるだろうなって思ってたんだよ。
It dawned on me that by dragging your tires a certain way, you could probably make an arrow on the ground.
その通りです。ブレーキをかけたタイヤを動かすと、ああして跡を残すことが可能なんですよ。
Yep, you got me. By moving my wheels with the brakes engaged, I'm able to leave marks like the ones you saw.
どうして黙ってたの？武装さんが生きていたなんて喜ばしいニュースなのに。
But why didn't you tell us? Learning that he's alive would have been amazing news.
皆さんも気づいている通り、生きているなんて不自然なことでしょ。だから皆さんに伝えたら犯人扱いを受けてしまうと思って。
Well,
なかなか言い出せなくて。
well, like we noted, it's odd that he's still alive, right? I was positive that if I told you up front, you'd all think I was the culprit, so...
本当にごめんなさい。
I'm really super sorry. Teki's voice trembles as tears well up in his eyes. He usually keeps such a level head, so it's clear that this really has him shaken up.
サイカちゃんは僕にどうしてくれたの？
What would Saika have done for me at a time like this? Recalling my fond memories of Saika, I flashed Teki the most reassuring smile I can muster.
混乱するのも仕方ないよ。武装さんは科学に代わって穴にかかったんだからね。
It's only natural you'd be upset. Armor protected you, only to get himself hurt.
でも
To hurt himself, I
本
mean.
人から話を聞かないと真相はわからないままだ。
But
武装さんを追いかけよう。
But there's no way we'll ever learn the truth unless we ask him directly. So let's find him. Teki nods in silent agreement. I wait for him to calm his breathing. Just like when Sayaka did the same for me, watching over me as I struggled with this and that.
科学さん、厳しいことを言ってしまって申し訳なかったですわね。
Do accept my apologies, Teki. I was being so terribly harsh on you.
では気を取り直して、ここからはまた一緒に捜査を進めていきますわよ。
With that,
ほら、こちらへいらっしゃい。
with that, let us collect our bearings and continue this manhunt together, shall we? Come along now. Posh heads to the elevator lobby, dragging Teki and me by our arms. The elevator cabin should still be up above, but oddly enough, the outer gate has been forced open, revealing an endless, yawning abyss below.
どうやら武装さんはエレベーターを力ずくでこじ開けて上に向かったみたいですわね。呆れた怪力ですわ。
It would appear that armor accessed the lift using nothing but pure brawn. What an astounding feat.
そうか。エレベーターを動かす鍵がなかったからこうするほかなかったんですね。すごい発想力です。
I see. Without the elevator key, I suppose that would be the only other option. Quite the inventive solution.
このようなご利用しは発想とは言いませんわよ。
Please, as if brute force should be considered inventive.
とにかく僕たちもエレベーターで後を追いかけよう。
At any rate, let's call the elevator down and give chase.
きっと僕らとすれ違う形で地上へ上がったはず。まだ追いつけると思うから。
We must have just missed each other as he went up. I bet he can still catch him. I bet we can still catch him. Not he, we. Using the elevator, we head above ground and quickly hurry outside the research facility. I nearly cry out in surprise at what confronts us.
SPX? どこかへ行ったはずじゃ。
I'm here. The black SPX? I thought it went somewhere else. The SPX in question is guarding the outside of the heliport, just as it had been the day Sayaka was killed. We almost attempt to rush back inside, but then we notice something peculiar.
僕らに反応しませんね。見る限りヘリポートの脇の装置で充電を行っているようですけど。
He's not responding to us at all. Seems like he's recharging using that mechanism by the heliport.
充電中は追ってこないということでしょうか。
Maybe he's programmed to stay put while he's filling up his batteries.
無能ちゃんの推理ではこの子は匂いを追いかけてくるのよね。
According to Incompetence theory, this one tracks via smell, right?
私たち登ったり降りたりで結構汗をかいてスパイシーな匂いがすると思うのだけど、反応しないなんて妙じゃないかしら。
We've worked up a sweat climbing around, so I'd say we're fairly pungent right now. Isn't it strange that's not even phased?
そうですね。こちらがはっきりと姿を捉えられない距離から気づいたんですか。
Yeah, definitely. That first time, this thing reacted to us before we could even see it. The red SPX sensors had a wide range too. If my theory is correct, there's no way this one shouldn't be picking up on our sense right now. Could I have gotten it wrong? What the?
なんで殴ってるんですか、家族さん。危ないですよ。
Posh, secretly a great character in this game. Whoa, why are you smacking a Posh? That's dangerous.
ささやかなお返しですわ。
Consider it payback for earlier.
でも今ので分かった通り、殴られてもこいつは反応しませんわ。充電中とはいえ、さすがに無防備すぎるのではありませんこと。
We've now confirmed that not even physical touch will arouse it. While it may be charging, does it not seem a bit too defenseless here?
電源はちゃんと入っているようですし、きっと追跡を開始する際には何か条件があるのでしょうね。
Its power is connected, so there must be some other condition it needs to meet before it can begin tracking.
条件ですか。
What kind of condition, though? My scent tracking theory should be correct, more likely than not. The red SPX tracks using blood, so I wonder if this model also has a specific scent that it responds to. Just as I ponder this, its treads let out a squeak and start to rotate. It's moving.
飛脚さん離れてなさい。今こそピンカートン家伝統の馬律でお相手を。
Get back, Doleful. The situation calls for the traditional Pinkerton Baritsu technique. All of us ready our stances, but the SPX ignores us, darting off in the direction of neither the research facility nor the manor, but the woods.
僕が最初にいた林の中にどうしてあんな場所に
The woods where I was first found. Why would it be going there?
地面をよく見てください。黒い SPX のものと思われるクローラーの通った跡が残っていますよ。
Take a closer look at the ground. There's a trail of tread marks, like the SPX has passed through this area before.
もしかしたら今の動きこそが本来の行動パターンなのかもしれません。
This may be the route he's been programmed to follow under standard conditions.
本来の行動パターンって林の中の見回りが
So normally it's programmed to patrol around the woods?
黒い SPX はもともと警備ロボットのはず。
The black SPX model was originally designed as a sentry unit.
あの黒い SPX が現在も動いている理由が島の警備だとしたら、あの行動も納得できませんか？
Seeing as he's still being used as a guard here on Morgue, wouldn't his current behavior make sense?
そっか視界が悪い場所を警備させる目的で使うなら効果的かもしれないね。
Oh, I see. If the idea was to cover areas with low visibility, a machine like that would definitely be the way to go. It's able to charge itself up automatically, and as long as there's no targets to pursue, it'd be totally harmless, the way it is now. That robot was probably a handy invention for the people working at HQ. Still, it's kind of a hard pill to swallow, given how great a danger those things have been to us.
あんなものと林の中で出会ったら失神しちゃうよ。
I'd pass out if I ran into one of those guys in the woods.
島に侵入してくるような人たちにはいい脅しになったろうね。
They make an excellent defense against anyone trying to infiltrate the island, that's for sure.
ここまでの情報から考える限り、基本は同じルートを繰り返し移動し続けて、対象を発見したら永久に追い続けるようですね。
Going off what we know, they repeat the same route over and over again, but will pursue any identified targets without end.
洋館の周囲をうろついていた状態から今の行動パターンに戻ったのは、雨が降った影響で感知可能な空気中の残留物が消えたのかもしれません。
Maybe he left the manor's premises and returned to his standard programming because the rain cleansed the air of any residual scent particles.
クンクン君と同じ仕組みなら換気や洗浄に弱いはずですから。
If he uses the same tech as Sniffy Whiffy, he probably has issues maintaining proper cleanliness and ventilation.
僕らを追跡する手がかりが雨で消えてしまったわけだね。
So any traces it could have used to detect us disappeared with the rain. If it were in an enclosed space, like the maze or the manor, that'd be a different story, but is not so lucky with the outdoors. If only it had rained while it was trapping us inside, but there's no use complaining about how things could have been at this point.
黒い SPX には発信機を取り付けたので、ルートから外れたら察知できます。ひとまず武装さんの追跡を続けましょう。
I attached a transmitter to that SPX in case he strays from his route. Let's keep looking for armor now. At that moment, we hear a tremendous crash from the mountaintop manor.
今の音って
That sound. That must have been armor. Sparing not even a single moment, we sprint toward Gormagast. 9 hours remain until our collars detonate. Oh, we're getting close! It feels like we haven't been to the manor's entrance hall in ages. In the center of the room is... Oh! Armor pinned beneath the chandelier. Take the helmet off! We need to know! Don't worry about it. Take it off! Armor, no! Just when we thought he was alive, just when I thought I could talk to him again, this is too much to bear. With trembling legs, I approach him and touch his metal suit. Suddenly... Ah! Huh? He's alive! Ah!
そして皆の衆
Sir Incompetent and Company! Maybe my theory is wrong. Armor hugs me with all his might.
よかったのである。みんな無事だったのだな。どこを探しても見つからぬから、我はもう心配で心配で。
Summer's day, 'tis good to see you all well. Search as I may, high and low I was unable to find you. Oh, how wrought with worry I was.
わかったから。話して。
I get it. Let me go, please.
話さないのである。互いに無事であった喜び、分かち合おうぞ無能殿。
Nay, I say, nay. Let us revel in this moment, for we are alive and unharmed.
それ以上抱きしめられたら無事じゃなくなりますわ。話しなさい、このおバカ。
He shan't be for much longer if you keep embracing him so. Unhand him, you oaf. What?
すまないのである。
Oh my god.
本当に嬉しくて。
Was I being so hugged so hard that I was on the verge of death and I saw like the people who moved on? Huh? My apologies. I'm simply overcome with joy. I think that's what a near-death experience is like. You see the ghosts of everyone for a second. I narrowly avoid passing away as Armor finally releases me from his death grip. That was a close one. Could have sworn I saw Mystic and the others waving me over. They beckoned me to the great light beyond. That chandelier fell directly on you. Are you alright?
それに傷だらけの状態であんな深い落とし穴に落ちたのに。
Plus, you were
体は平気なんですか？
Plus, you were already wounded when you fell into that pit. You sure your body's doing okay?
シャンデリア程度では我の鎧はびくともしないのである。
Ha ha ha! A bobbling chandelier is no match for my carapace of steel.
そして我が落下したあの落とし穴はそこが温泉になっていてな。怪我をするどころか温泉の効能ですこぶる元気になったのである。
What's more, there was a hot spring situated at the bottom of my descension. My wounds were mended by dint of its curative properties.
僕らもさっき確認したよ。こんな状況から生還するなんて本当に運が良かったね。
Yeah, we discovered that ourselves a bit ago. You were really lucky to survive all that.
まあそこが相当に深かったので這い上がるのにかなり時間を要してしまったがな。
Aye, was that gulf thrice deep? Took me a considerable amount of time to clamber out.
呆れた生命力ですね。悲しんで損をしましたと少女はため息とともに言った。
Your vitality is remarkable. I see grieving your loss is a complete waste of tears, the girl said with a sigh.
でも赤い SPX に胸を刺されていたわよね。確かに心臓の位置だったけどそれは平気なの？
But wait, you were stabbed in the chest by the red SPX. Seemed like it struck your heart. Are you sure you're alright?
これが我を守ってくれたのだ。
This preserved me.
それは探偵デバイス。
Is that your D-pad? Armor produces a heavily damaged D-pad from his pocket. Its state is a testament to how lethal an SPX's attack can be, even for armor and his defenses. I wasn't even its target, but the thought makes me shudder all the same.
理想殿の探偵デバイスだ。我は理想殿の生死を確認したと言ったであろう。
In sooth, this D-pad belonged to Lady Ideal. I mentioned that I went to confirm whether she was alive or not, yes?
その際にお守り代わりにこっそり拝借させてもらっていたのだ。それがちょうど強靭を防いでくれてな。
I humbly took her device at the time, so as to bear it as a good luck charm. Lo and behold, it obstructed the SPX's blade immaculately.
なんとかこうして命拾いをしたというわけだ。理想殿には本当に感謝をしてもしきれない。
With it, I narrowly escaped mine own demise. Cannot express my gratitude to Lady Ideal enough.
せめてもの償いとして遺体は海の見える場所に埋葬しておいた。みんなも全てが終わったら共に弔いへ行ってあげてくれ。
As a token of thanks, I buried her in a spot where she could overpeer the ocean. Once this ordeal is over, I ask that you pay her for your respects.
まさか そのために地上に上がって理想さんの死体を移動させたの？
Wait, so that's why you went above ground and moved Ideal's body?
ん？それ以外に遺体を運ぶ理由がどこにあるのだ？
What other motive would there be? We all look at one another, an awkward smile plastered on each of our faces. He really isn't much of a thinker, but despite it all, doing what he did is just part of his nature. Freely moving bodies around a crime scene is inconceivable for a detective, but it's hard to be upset about it. All I can really do is laugh.
どうしたのだ？俺はまた何かとんでもないことをしでかしてしまったのか？
Whatever's the matter? Have I committed yet another grievous blunder?
大丈夫。なんだか気が抜けちゃっただけだよ。
It's fine. I'm already over it. I can't help but chuckle as I respond. Giving it some thought, there's no way someone as kind as Armor could be invincible detective.
実は僕たち、武装さんが全ての黒幕だと思って探し回ってたんだ。
Believe it or not, we were looking for you because we suspected you might be the mastermind, Armor.
なに？我の頭脳では殺人事件など引き起こせないのである。自慢ではないが、あまり知恵は回らない方なのだ。
Mary, come up! 'Twould be impossible to concoct a murder scheme with such mental facilities as mine. Not to boast, but they are quite poor.
よくわかりましたわ。よくわかりましたとも。
Yes, that much is patently obvious, to a painful degree.
まあバカは放っておくとして、結局事件は振り出しに戻りましたわね。
Now, moving on from this lummox here, we're back at square one, are we not?
それも全ての始まりであるこの洋館に逆戻りだなんて、皮肉が効きすぎておりますわ。
Moreover, we've circled all the way around to Gormenghast, the very place this all began. Oh, the bitter irony.
そうですね。でも、いい機会だと思います。みんなで改めて、この洋館も調べてみましょう。
Yeah, no kidding. But I think this is a good opportunity. Let's all investigate the manor again.
そもそも、まだ老子探偵を殺した犯人は分からずじまいでしたしね。
We still don't know who murdered Senior Detective after all.
待って、そういえばこの洋館って渋谷さんが毒ガスを撒いたんじゃ。
Oh wait, that reminds me. Didn't it downtown fill the building with poisonous gas?
先ほど調べてみましたが、1階は人体に有害なほどは残留はしていないみたいです。研究棟で除染用の薬品を補充しておいたので、危うい箇所には除染を行います。
I checked, and there isn't enough on the first floor to harm us. Topped off on my decontaminants at the lab, so we can neutralize any danger zones.
ただ、2階には未だに毒が残留しているようですから、上がらない方が良いかと思います。
It looks
調
like
べるのは1階のみとしましょう。
It looks like the second floor still has toxic fumes though, so be better not to go up. Let's keep our search here at ground level.
なんだかまだ状況がよくわからぬが、我も協力するぞ。我にできることがあれば何でも言ってくれ。
Though I fail to grasp our current situation, I shall lend you mine aid. If there is any way I may service you, your wish is my command.
とりあえず、
Oh, Armor Detective,
二
I
度
can
と
never
ト
hate
ラッ
you.
プは起動させないでくださいね。これは振りじゃありませんよ。と、少女は容易に想像できるコメディ展開に釘を刺した。
For now, try not to activate any more traps. And that isn't a setup for some gag, alright? The girl said, wary of incoming punchlines.
シャンデリアの罠は解除しておきましょうか。また作動して武装ちゃん以外に当たったら大変だものね。
Why don't we disarm the falling chandelier? It'll be bad news if it gets triggered again and lands on anyone other than Armor.
むむ、それがいいと思うのである。我だからよかったものの、我以外がこのシャンデリアの罠にかかれば危険が危ないのである。
Content, most excellent idea. May yet draw a breath, but were anyone else to get ensnared by this knavery, could be decidedly lethal.
本当に間一髪助かった無能殿は運が良かったのだな。いや、運が良かったのは渋谷殿も同様か。
You narrowly escaped it, Sir Incompetent. Your luck is unmatched, although I suppose fortune similarly favored Lady Downtown.
渋谷さんも同様？それってどういうこと？
Downtown was lucky too? What do you mean?
むむ、話していなかったか。
Have I neglected to mention this?
我らの中で洋館に一番早く到着したのは渋谷殿だったのだ。我が頑張って追いつこうとしたのだが力及ばず2着でな。
Lady Downtown was the first of our company to arrive. I'd attempted to keep pace, but could only trail behind her, arriving second.
おそらく無能殿が先に開けていなければ渋谷殿がシャンデリアの下敷きになっていたのである。彼女が無能殿に好意的だった理由はそれもあるのだろうな。
Had you not opened the door first, Lady Downtown would have met with a crushing end. Perhaps that was the reason behind her favor for you.
本当なら渋谷さんが死ぬはずだった。
So, Downtown was the actual target? That's right. Why hadn't I noticed before? Just as Sayaka theorized, there were meant to be 2 victims in the case of the dismembered detective before I disrupted the plan, which means he would have had an intended first victim. But to think it was her, the Duke's very own ally.
八崎君は老子探偵と一緒に渋谷さんも始末する気だったのか。どうしてそんなことを。
The quartering Duke attempted to dispose of Downtown alongside Senior Detective. But why?
核が串かじがでまあ大変だったのですわ。
This, that, and so much else, it was all quite an ordeal.
何？下道殿と社畜殿が2人まとめて。それはつまり八崎公の仕業ということであるな。
What? Both Sir Renegade and Sir Workaholic at once? That means it must have been the work of the Duke, does it not? While I mull over the facts in my head, Armor yelps in shock as Posh quickly fills him in on the events of the past few days.
絶対に許せんのである。相も変わらず2人を同時に殺すという許されぬ所業。
By my troth, he will find no mercy from me. Yet again he slays 2 in one fell swoop. 'Tis utterly reprehensible.
皆々よ、よく聞いてくれ。我は今一度この武装を、肉体を、お主らを守るために尽くすことを心に誓おうぞ。
Good people, lend me your ears. Shall give unto you mine armor, my flesh. I shall bar nothing in the name of your safety.
いや武装さん、下道探偵が死んだ事件は社畜さんによる自作自演だってさっきの調査で。
Actually, Armor, we figured out just a bit ago that Renegade's death was Workaholic's doing. He staged the whole thing and put on a show of...
自作自演？
Wait, put on a show? Suddenly, it hits me like a bolt from the blue. The common thread among the quartering Duke cases is that there are always 2 simultaneous victims. We kind of got that because we read ahead that thing that we found. I've been so fixated on solving the case I didn't notice, but Armor's right. The Paradox murders fit the same pattern. Is it just coincidence, or was it premeditated by Workaholic, who had hoped to pin the blame on Renegade Detective? I get the feeling we're missing some crucial detail here.
老子探偵の殺害方法は明らかに八崎公を思わせる犯行だったのに、どうして被害者が1人だったんだろう。
The method with which Senior was killed was clearly meant to evoke the quartering Duke, so why was there only one victim?
もしかしたら本当は最初から狙いは無能君で運よく生き延びたとかかな。
Maybe you were meant to be the victim all along, Incompetent, and you just avoided it through sheer luck.
いや、僕の存在は八崎公にとってもイレギュラーだったはず。
No, the Duke wouldn't have known about my presence to begin with.
渋谷さんを犠牲にするメリットが何かあったはずなんだ。
There must have been some reason he would sacrifice Downtown. Huh? Trust in yourself. I recall Sayaka's final message to me. I get the sense that I'm close to the heart of this case. I just know it.
じゃあせっかくだから最初の事件、探偵八崎殺人事件を振り返りましょうか。
Well, seeing as we're already here, let's review our first case, the dismembered detective.
探偵デバイスの日付を見ると、事件が起きたのは今から9日前の9時頃だったわね。
According to our D-pads, it took place 9 days ago at around 9 o'clock.
無能ちゃんを除いた私たちは、このモルグ島の最寄りである七瀬島に集まったわ。
Aside from Incompetent, we all gathered on Nanace Island. I forgot how we determined that. The one closest to Morgue.
それから約3時間かけて、正午頃にモルグ島へ着いた私たちは、研究棟で大量の死体を発見したの。 それからしばらくは死体の確認や検視をしていたわね。
About 3 hours later, we arrived on morgue and discovered the corpses in the research lab. We then spent some time examining and IDing the bodies.
僕が目覚めて洋館に到着したのはその1時間前。つまり11時にこのエントランスホールのトラップに引っかかって気絶したんです。
I woke up and arrived at the manor about an hour before that. Probably around 11 o'clock or so, I set off the entrance all trapped and lost consciousness.
途中で洋館へ行くよう理想探偵に指示されたのは社畜、飛躍、科学、渋谷、大和。
During that time, God damn it, bookworm.
少女が自らの記憶を口にする。
During that time, the following people were sent to the manor by a deal: Workaholic, Doleful, Techie, Downtown, Rowdy, and Armor, recalled the girl.
はい、それで合っています。僕たちが洋館に到着したのは13時ジャスト。そこで気絶した箕面さんを発見し、少し話し合った後に行動を共にしました。
Yep, we got to the manor right at 13 o'clock. Then we found 1300. Then we found Incompetent passed out there. We spoke for a bit before deciding to work together.
それからこの部屋で大和さんが自慢の嗅覚で凶器を発見。僕の追跡遊具クンクン君で血痕を追って隠し通路を発見したんですよね。
After that, Rowdy sniffed out a knife in this room. We then used Sniffy Whiffy to follow a trace of blood leading us toward the hidden passage.
隠し通路を発見したのはここだったね。今でもはっきり覚えてるよ。
And here's where we discovered how to open up the passage. I remember it so clearly.
社畜さんが経験に基づいて隠し通路を発見した。飛脚くんが身を挺して罠を発見してくれて、探偵同盟の凄さを実感した。
Workaholic used his experience to locate it, and Doleful risked his life to discover the trap inside. I was so impressed by how amazing the DA was.
僕なんてそんなワイヤーの罠を切ってくれたのは武装さんだよ。
Oh no, I didn't do anything. I mean, Armor was the one who actually cut the wire saws.
何を言う。負傷してでも前に進もうとする飛躍殿の意志には心が震えずにはいられなかったぞ。
Nonsense. I witnessed you press on even while wounded. My heart would not halt its quaking for you, Sir Doleful. My cheeks were quaking. At your bravery. Once we made it through the passage,
八つ咲きにされた老子探偵を発見したんだ。
we discovered the dismembered corpse of Senior Detective. The body's since been removed, but the massive bloodstains it left behind serve as a grim reminder of the horrific crime. Now that I think about it, this is where everything had been set in motion. Senior Detective brought me to this island, yet we had barely even spoken before his death. There's no question the chandelier killed him, but given the nature of the trap, anyone could be the culprit. We still don't know who did it. The trick itself was simple, but there hasn't been a more difficult case to solve.
皆さん、もう一度この洋館を調べましょう。
Let's scan the manor one last time, everyone.
今の僕たちなら以前は気づけなかった事実に気づけるかもしれません。
We might notice something that...
殺された最初の事件を今こそ僕たちで解き明かすんです。
Definitely jumped the gun there. We might notice something that was previously overlooked. It's now or never. We're going to solve the mystery of Senior Detective's death.
武装さん、その遺体って。
Armor, those bodies, are they...
ああ、渋谷殿と魔界殿だ。あの時は置き去りにしてしまったからな。
Rip the best characters. Indeed, 'tis Lady Downtown and Sir Mystic. We had simply left them where they lay 2-4.
科学殿に除染をしてもらう約束を取り付けて1階のベッドへと運ぶ許可をもらったのだ。いくら死者とて床に倒れていては浮かばれぬであろう。
Sir Techie agreed to sanitize them and permitted their relocation to the first floor. Although they may be departed, they still deserve proper rest.
老子殿と同様に個室のベッドで眠っていてもらおうと思うのだ。
As had been done with Sir Senior, I thought to situate them in these private chambers.
ありがとう、武装さん。僕も手伝うって言いたいところだけど、毒のことを考えると生身で触れるのは危険だよね。
I appreciate it, Armor. I'd love to help, but with all the poison, it'd be dangerous to handle them without any protection.
ああ、ここは我に任せてほしいのである。今まで休んでしまっていた分、働かねばな。
Verily, I would have you entrust this to me. I've been idle for some time, but henceforth, my duties shall recommence.
戻ってきてくれて嬉しいよ。おかえり、武装さん。
We're happy to have you. Welcome back, Armor.
ただいまなのだ、無能殿。
Full glad I am to be back, Sir Competent. Yeah. No. Alright, 6 hours, and we got an armor guy. Got a new... Alright, let me see how many red spots are there, because this could determine... There's 5. This may very well be the last investigation thing. Well, especially because did we work backwards to re-go through all our previous cases? So narratively it would kind of make sense. There might be another one, but seemingly this seems to be the last one that's going to have, at the very least we could say, if we're missing 5 lexicon words, you know, things, and the 5 are here, this makes it seem as if this is going to be the last one, or at least the last one that has these words to collect. We got one that's locked. We got thing there. We got thing there. I think my head says that it would make sense to full move. There's not some shenanigan. Yeah, we're not going to the second floor. Remember, it's all poison. Okay. What's your inspection again? 2. What a bother you are. Oh, what a bother. Alright, we gotta send people to get these spots, basically. Send them! And then hang back the ones that most likely would best be having the best inference number, which I think at this point is Gourmet and Bookie. Yeah, so assistance is 9, quite crazily enough. You gotta respect that.
僕にご用ですか？どうされましたか？
Alright, you're gonna get that.
再労働は苦手なんて言ってられませんね。
I like the layered, like, almost choir, like. I should have done that. That triggered my coughing. Cough, cough. Alright, so I'm gonna send... basically Armor and Gourmet to tackle this.
どうかしたの?
Using full movements. And then everyone else basically in place to pop those things. So that essentially, once they do, assuming one of them is gonna kick that spot into gear, you know? Does that all make sense? I think it makes sense.
何か用かな?
It'll all make sense. It's gonna be like a nothing burger first turn, and then everyone's gonna start their actions basically on the next turn. I should report this day to everyone else, right? Or maybe not. No, better safe than sorry if I'm unsure. Keyword unlocked. I think actually we just go. Could have just done that. Alright, here we go. So in order.
何かご用ですの?
Not move. Inspect.
翔子さん、出てらっしゃい。何か用かな?
Inspect.
脳がないんだ。
頑張ります。先生、
Inspect.
調査こそが鑑定の基本。
Inspect. Let's get all of those going. This is downtown smartphone. The photo booth sticker on the case shows her having a good time with her friend. Fate can be so cruel. Downtown smartphone. Eek! This info has been logged yet, right? I gotta tell everyone quick. Wait, why did he get to do it? Did I really not have the space? When I was in the other map with, did I count out the squares incorrectly? With, Gourmet from before? I might flash forward, rewind to that moment where I just miscounted squares or something. I don't know. I'm told Doleful tripped over this wire trap on our first day here. Just looking at the dried blood is painful, girl said, recoiling away. Bloody wire. Huh? Broken glasses. They don't belong to Renegade. Whose are they? Broken round glasses. After escaping from the trap room, we eat dinner. While we're cleaning up, I notice Incompetent talking with Doleful. Looks like he's desperately trying to cheer up that sad sack while they wash the silverware. And despite the fact that Doleful tops him in rank and skill, maybe it's because Incompetent's older, or whatever, he really is an easy mark. Even the merciless Duke mentioned wanting to spare him to leave as a living witness. I'll admit, he's got a weird way of moving people. Yeah, they really are the same. He's so empathetic and sincere. He may be a wuss, but he'll bungle his way through anything. He'll even trust gutter trash like me 100%. His looks, gender, and everything else might be different, but he really does remind me of Miyuki, the best friend I lost to the Duke. I'm worried that he's too gullible for his own good, so I find a spot away from Doleful to chat him up for a bit. Hey, what's up, dude? What were you and Doleful talking about just now? Huh? Definitely not his real name. I didn't even hear it, I swear. Real smooth there, dude. Could you be any more obvious? No lie, this guy's got me stressing. Like, will he really be able to suss out a bunch of liars? He's even getting tricked by me and I'm Garbo. That honesty is gonna get you killed, bro. You gotta learn to be less trusting, okay? Not everyone out there is as kind as you. Don't freak me out like that. At least all the people here on Morgue seem okay. Well, except for Renegade Detective. Get a clue, dingus. You're legit standing next to a crazed killer right now. Ugh, what a drag. For someone who wants to be a detective so bad, he's way too gentle. He'd be crushed if he found out the truth about me. Wait, this dude's literally after my ass. Why am I worried about him again? But he doesn't really give off bad vibes. If I can find that hidden passage myself, then maybe we can dig up some evidence to use against the DA and go back to the mainland and, I don't know, work together or something. Lol, get real, this isn't make-believe time. I'm mad I even indulged myself like that just now. Oh, I know. How about we tell each other our real names too, and I'll keep the fact that you know Doleful's on the down low. Huh? Why? A detective's real name is their weak point. So if we know each other's, that basically keeps both our lips zipped. Feel me? It'll help us keep our secrets, cause if you leak mine, I'll leak yours. It's like a truce, except, you know, kind of twisted. As if you can just trust people at their word. It won't work unless they benefit from keeping their promise. I'm gonna be jazzed if he realizes that.
じゃあ早速、僕の名前は
Ah, that makes sense. Okay then, my name is...
いや、あんたから教えちゃただうちに秘密を漏らされるリスクが増えるだけでしょうに。
Hold up. If you tell me first, you'll just risk me piecing out and blabbing about it right after.
まったく。うちの名前は早苗犬美。下の名前は嫌いだから絶対に呼ばないでね。
Jeez. Okay, so my name? It's Inumi Sanai. I, super hate it. So if you ever call me that, we're donezo.
はい、これでお互いの秘密を握り合いましたっと。じゃあ先輩、生きて帰れたらちゃんと本名教えてよね。
There. Now each of us has some dirt on the other. Just tell me your name once we make it out alive, okay?
今じゃなくていいの？
Huh? Can I tell you now?
うん、
I like his little hand.
いい。だからうちより先に死んだり油断して殺されちゃダメだよ。わかった？
It's cool. This way, you can't die before me, so don't start slipping so much that I get you killed. Got it?
うん、それはもちろんだよ。
Got it. I won't let you down. He says with the most earnest face ever. Earnest face ever. I said faced. This guy's so serious, it's actually funny. Still, it's exactly how I know he'll keep his end of the deal. He should watch out for himself a little better now. But most importantly,
ちゃんと生きて帰れたらか。
we'd have to actually survive this first. I kind of want to keep living too now. But reality sucks. Things aren't going to go my way, and karma's definitely going to smack me in the face one of these days. I mean, come on. There's no such thing as a tragedy reversing heroes in the real world. And yet, we make... Did I read that right? A tragedy reversing... Yeah, okay. And yet, he makes me want to live. My BFF was such a softie. She died for it, and this dude's so much like her. I just want to see the sleuth he becomes.
どうしました？
Alright, you must move. You must move.
少女は黙したまま一度うなずいた。
Huh? Did she get this?
トン家の誇りにかけて
Did she get this or not?
何かご用ですの？
Why is this spot still here?
ピン
Am I
クト
dumb?
ン家の誇りにかけて
Is there two spots here? Shouldn't I... I don't know.
僕にご用ですか？
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
お姉さんに何かご用？
Is she not in line with it? Oh, it's still locked. Oh, so, yeah, what the fuck? I thought... Didn't I get them all to... Her?
僕が解決しましょう。
I don't know.
どんな証拠品だって調べ尽くします。
Maybe it stopped. We'll see here in a sec, maybe. There's a high probability that the black SPX tracks a certain scent. Dolphin was wounded and still bleeding at the time, which means... What? 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 What the hell did you do, Posh? Didn't I tell you to...
何かご用ですの？
But you can still move. So did something funky happen when I did them all at the same time and then...
何か用かな？
I'm unsure what happened. I don't know. This is still locked though, so they must have to...
どうかなさいまして？
Alright, you just have to stay here, I guess.
甘味完食雨あられ
Downtown detective carry the smartphone
お
around.
粗末様でした
Whip. I didn't pay. I don't think it wasn't that I paid attention. I think it was just like some. I can't tell what happened there. I thought I had set them all to do. Incompetent said. I'd have to rewind to see what I actually did there. Incompetent said downtown left a hint on the Corning 2 case. Knowing her, it must involve communication. Let's think it over. There we go. There's that one. Alright, so now it's... Well, this sucks. I probably should have... What did he have? Oh, he doesn't have the analyzation for that. So it's fine. What's the number at? 18. Might as well have him at least start in on it. I mean, it's not going to accomplish much, but... Okay. Alright. Get it. Get the thing. Get it. Why I never. How difficult is it to clean up after oneself? This is why commoners are so... Oh, there's a bookmark here. What could it mean? A book in the study. Now I must move. Alright, is the thing supposed to be analyzed? It is. Difficulty of 3. Okay, so here's the dealio. Analyze 3. This is new information. I've got to share it with everyone. What's your translation's 1, so you can't even get that. Hold off on you doing anything actually for right now. So close. So disappointingly close. Alright, start wheeling yourself. That sounds... Start wheeling yourself. Alright, book. Judging by the author's mustache in this recent photo, this must be Senior. That makes him the... That makes him the designer of this manor. Maicho Aragi. Oh shit! We have 2 spots. Oh god. Oh, okay, we actually have to... Oh. Inference 6. The people that have high inference or assistance, we need to start moving them. Like, I should probably even just move. Full turn move. Bookie into this room. Basically, because we can wait to get these at like the final moment. Or we're gonna need like all hands on deck to get these spots. In fact, inference 6, your assistance is so good that you could probably start in on this, or not start in, but we'll... Boop. About the hint Incompetence shared. I think I get it. Downtown differentiated between killing and dying as a nod to the truth beyond Senior's case. Downtown squibs. Alright, we always gotta check to see if that's gonna be a thing we have to study. Thankfully not. I will move her, because you might as well. Again, you will be the one to come over here and get this. Good job. Good job, Incompetent. You collect those red dots like a champ. It's an important job. Someone's got to do it. Alright, so we got to break these. Inference 6, Assistance 4. So in 2 turns, these 2 could get this spot. inference 4, assistance 9, 13.
何かご用ですの？
These 3 could get this. I think I see the path to success here.
何か用かな？これが真相かな？
And your assistance, inference is 6, your assistance is 4.
何か用ですか？何か私に任せてください。
This is all assuming no other things pop up
僕に
here.
ご用ですか？僕とフレンズの力が必要ですか？
Bop. Boost! Don't be scared by the number.
ピンカートン家の誇りにかけて
You're going to assist.
どうかしたのか？
Nope. Nope. Here.
どうかしたのか？
You're gonna assist.
我々の絆の力で謎を解こう。
Triple boost. Boost! There's blood on the outer side of the door. Who did this? That said, if the black SPX tracks blood, then it should have stopped when Ideal started bleeding. Could this be a new mystery we need to solve? Bloodstain on door. Now, is bloodstain on door something we need to look at? No.
お姉さんに何かご用？
Let's actually hold off on that, because just in case.
頑張るよ。冷静に調べよう。広い視野を持って対応し
This
ない
is
と
new information. I've got to share with everyone. Ka-chink! Ka-chink! And then inference and assistance.
どうされましたか？科学の力でお助けします。
The chandelier trap has been considerably modified from the original blueprints to be far more deadly. Only the man who designed it, senior detective, could pull off such a bold renovation, the girl said, voicing her horrifying realization. The chandelier! Alright, that's all of it then, right? Perfect.
甘味完食雨あられ。
So she goes and picks up the last thing. We're fine. 1 hour remains until annihilation.
どうかしたの？お姉さんの鼻におあら。
Now, this is a juicy bit of intel. Let me share it on my D-pad. There we go. Let me just make sure that I got all the things and we don't do something stupid. Perfect. That means assuming this is the last map of this, pretty damn good by me. I think the only thing we did is I missed one residual thought because I didn't answer the questions during a wrap-up of an investigation correctly. Like, I answered one incorrectly. And so I think that made it so that the residual thought didn't pop up in the next map. So that's a shame. But honestly, other than that, not bad, I think, by me. I think. Not bad. 1 hour remains until our callers detonate. Jesus. Okay, let's read. Oh, there we go. Look, it popped this. All keywords. So it should be 5. Let's read these. The Nenace conference case. During a conference with the Nenace group, I'll read it always, one of the nation's 6 major conglomerates, announcement broke that a murder had been infiltrated the premises. By direct order of the culprit in question, Renegade was dispatched to the Nenace estate, where the meeting was being held. While there, he delighted in the Nenace's strange family customs as he searched for their perpetrator. However, upon the provocative murder of a female client, the culprit incurred Renegade's wrath. This prompted Renegade to hound them relentlessly, ultimately forcing confession out of them. As they waited the police's arrival on the scene, Renegade tortured the culprit using unfathomable, horrific methods. They have since been taken in by authorities and are physically secure, albeit certain never to leave the hospital in which they are held. There's nowhere to run in a closed circle of people. Culprits should have considered that the same applied to them as well. The case of the VR killer. This particular incident involved the use of virtual reality software known as VR communication. VR chat, a popular tool for online socialization. A player using this program, typically referred to as a VRCM, was murdered in real life, with the crime scene recreated in virtual space, resulting in a most unusual homicide. A techie detective who was well versed in the world of VR was assigned to the case. Investigations on VRCM got underway, something strange came to light. Users had seen the victim's account active after the time of the murder. Another person was thought to have gained unauthorized access to the account, but they could not be pinned down and the mystery only thickened. Techie made a vital observation, however. Culprit's goal hadn't been to kill the actual individual, but rather the VR model they were using. Okay. The Minami-Juji kidnapping incident. A child was abducted in that place, a suburb of Tokyo. Rowdy detective happened to be on the scene and, using her keen sense of smell and brute strength, tracked down the culprit, solving the case without even accepting a reward. A group involved in illicit drug trades was linked to the incident, which soon developed into an intense fight. Once the dust settled, however, Rowdy didn't have a single scratch on her. In the days that followed, the culprits allegedly tried to exact their vengeance on Rowdy with the help of a local gang, but a mysterious woman crushed their plans before they could act. To this day, the full truth of the case remains unclear. Black SPX, official designation SPX-04A, final model of the series, characterized by its black exterior. Just before the secret police were abolished, Maestro Detective, out of fear of reprisal from Invincible Detective, developed this model for the express purpose of fending them off. Its treads, laser sensors, and stabilizers have all been enhanced, allowing it to traverse anything from open spaces to grassy terrains. Its defining feature is its sturdiness, and while its lethality is lower than that of the red model, it is durable enough to face off against Ideal Detective, endure the strikes of Rebel and Logs, and even withstand an explosion. It tracks down targets using the designated blood record stored in its database. When Ideal Detective ordered the SPX series to be scrapped, a faction still sympathetic toward the vision of Maestro Detective's technology rebelled by placing this model in permanent storage within the underground hangar. And lastly, you get a trophy for unlocking them all and then one for reading them all. Interesting. Okay. Last one, Gormenghast Manor. Gormenghast bears the name of a fictional castle from a well-known fantasy series of the same name. It appears to be an elegant manor at first glance, but due to the architect's particular inclinations, all manner of tricks, traps, and pitfalls are hidden within its walls. Many of these features are deemed to be in poor taste and removed later on, but others, due to the complex nature of their construction, were left untouched for fear that an unskilled removal could result in the manor's collapse. Additionally, back when the secret police used the building, Maestro Detective added underground facilities beyond the architect's original vision. Because of this, although the manor functions as lodging for DA members, most opt to sleep in the research facility instead. I don't blame them. Here we go, 1 hour until our callers detonate. We may be very close. I gathered a group in the living room, just as Ideal Detective did when she first presented her hypothesis to us. My heartbeat gradually quickens. I think I finally hit upon the truth, but it's a hard one to swallow. I'm a bit hesitant to tell the others, to be honest. Saika, I'm still as inexperienced as I thought. Incompetent really is the better fitting alias for me. I chuckle at my own shortcomings before shifting my gaze forward. Everyone's here. I can't back down now. My only option is to trust in myself and share my theory.
皆さん、集まってくれてありがとうございます。養子探偵が殺された探偵八つ崎殺人事件について犯人が分かったので説明します。
Thank you for coming, everyone. I've discovered the culprit behind the case of the dismembered detective. Allow me to explain.
まずは結論から話しなさい。犯人に逃げられては困りますし、もし私たちの中にいるなら先に言うべきですわ。
Tell us your conclusion first. It'll spell trouble should the culprit escape. Better to inform us at once if they're in our midst.
安心してください、カザクさん。この中に犯人はいませんよ。
Relax, Posh. The culprit is
すで
in
に
here.
死んでいるのですから。
Relax, Posh. The culprit is in here because they're already dead.
もう亡くなった人の中に犯人がいるってこと？まさか職員の中に裏切り者がいたとか？
The culprit is someone who already died? Was there a traitor among the research facility staff?
なるほど。それは盲点でしたわね。
I see. That was an oversight on my part.
確かに老子探偵を殺した後に研究棟の死体に混じったのであれば犯人はいなくなりますわ。死をも厭わない狂気の殺人鬼がいたということですわね。
Where their corpse mingled with the rest at Snark's, they'd have practically disappeared. Senior's killer was a maniac uncaring of their own demise then.
いえ違います。
Wrong again. No, that's not what happened.
なんですって？
Beg pardon?
研究棟にいた皆さんは老子探偵に似た声で理想探偵のデバイスに連絡が入ったのを聞いているんですよね。
Everyone in the research facility at the time said that Ideal had been contacted via D-pad by a voice resembling Senior's, right?
であれば事件開始時まで生きていた人であるのは間違いありません。
That means whoever did this was so undoubtedly still alive during the time of the crime.
つまり真犯人は皆さんと行動を共にしていた中にいたんです。
In short, the true culprit was one of the people you were working alongside with. But pardon?
いや、驚くまでもなくその通りでしょ。あなた実は無能探偵以下の推理力なんじゃないですかと少女は見事に正告を言ってみせた。
It isn't actually that mind-blowing. Maybe your abilities as a detective are just that inferior to his, the girl said, hitting the bullseye.
誰が無能探偵以下ですって？全然正告などいられておりませんわ。全くもって不正告ですわよ。
He'll not be called inferior to an incompetent, and there are no bullseyes to speak of. In fact, your shot missed by a mile. Do you hear me?
悲劇探偵は放っておいて推理を続けましょう。
Why don't we disregard Clown Detective and continue with our discussion?
私たちの
Oh,
中
getting
の
called
誰
Clown
が
Detective is
老
good.
子探偵を殺したと言うんですかと少女は推理の続きを促した。
So you're saying that someone in our group murdered Senior Detective? The girl asked, prompting Incompetent to elaborate.
犯人を説明する前にこの事件の特性を説明しないといけないと思う。
Before I reveal who the culprit is, let me first explain some special characteristics regarding this case.
この事件の特性、他の事件とは何か違う点があるの？
What would those be? Was there something different about this one compared to the others?
その通りだよ。きっとこの事件だけじゃない。八つ崎港事件には全てある共通点があったんだ。
Yeah, but it goes beyond just what happened here. Every incident linked to the Quartering Duke shares something in common.
八つ崎港事件の共通点といえば死者が一度に2人ずついることよね。
The common thread is that there were always two simultaneous victims, right?
老子ちゃんの死んだ事件は老子ちゃん以外に誰も死んでいないけど他に共通点があったの？
Although, in Senior's case, he was only a casualty. Was there something else?
いえ、老子探偵の死んだ事件に共通点はありません。
No, Senior Detective's death didn't have any of those commonalities.
なぜならあの事件は八つ崎港事件になぞらえようとして失敗した事件だからです。
Because the culprit attempted and failed to pattern off the Quartering Duke killings.
武装さんの発言がヒントになったんだ。
A remark Armor made clued me in on this.
我が何を言ったというのだ？全然わからぬぞ。
Me? What was it I said? I've not even an inkling.
さっき言ってたじゃないか。
It was something you mentioned just a bit ago. Yeah, his comment was the piece I needed to put all of this together. What he said was that, he thought I died, I nearly died, the trap wasn't fatal. What he said was that it's not the trap wasn't fatal. It would be that I nearly died, right?
そう。
I was lucky to
僕は
escape.
運よく避けられたというだけで、
Oh, yeah, there we go.
武装さんも言った通り、
My bad.
シャンデリアの罠にかかった人は本来死ぬはずだったんだ。
I was lucky to escape. Just as Armor said, anyone who got caught in the chandelier trap shouldn't have lived to tell the tale.
そうなれば死者は2人。八つ崎港事件と同じ構図になっていたんだよ。
That means there were supposed to be 2 victims. The same pattern seen in the Courting Duke cases.
つまりこのトリックを仕掛けた人は同志探偵以外にも無差別にもう一人殺すつもりだったんですか？
So, whoever set this trap up intended to indiscriminately kill another person in addition to Senior Detective?
誰でもいいからもう一人殺そうだなんてひどいですよ。
They didn't care who it was so long as somebody else died. How awful.
いや、そんなランダムな犯行じゃないよ。
No, the crime wasn't that random.
それがこの事件の一番恐ろしいところなんだよ。僕みたいなイレギュラーが現れなかったらきっともっと混乱が起きていた。
That's the most disturbing part. Had I not shown up as an unexpected factor, there would have been even more chaos than we already experienced.
八崎公は明確に老子探偵の他にもう一人死ぬ人物を指定していたんだよ。
The Duke had clearly planned for one individual in particular to be killed alongside Senior Detective.
ちょっと待って。扉を開けてトラップで死ぬなんて行為、さすがに誘導できるものじゃないわ。
One sec. There isn't any way to just lead someone into opening the door and dying to the trap, is there?
どんな手段を用いて八崎公はもう一人を殺そうとしていたの？
How did the Duke arrange to kill another person so purposely?
簡単です。この洋館へ着いたら真っ先に扉を開け、我知らずという体でシャンデリアに突っ込むよう当人に事前に指示を出しておいたんです。
Simple. He told that person in advance to open the manor door before anyone else, then stand right in the chandelier's path, feigning ignorance.
お待ちなさい。そんなの八崎公に死ねと言われて死んだようなものじゃありませんの？
Just a moment. You're suggesting that someone was willing to die merely because the Courting Duke bade them to?
そんなの不可能ですわ。
That's impossible.
見ましたよね。僕たちの目の前で八崎公のために死んだ人が。
But someone already was, remember? Someone died right in front of us, all for the sake of the Courting Duke.
それって
You mean... That's right. They were part of the group that was heading toward the manor at the time. The initial plan was for them to fall victim to the lethal chandelier that I wound up setting off instead. And that person was... Wasn't it... Is it downtown? Downtown! Like she was already committed to dying for... I think it's downtown, right?
渋谷探偵。彼女こそ本来は僕に代わって罠にかかってここで死ぬはずだった人なんです。
Yeah, downtown detective. Originally, it was she, not I, who was meant to trigger the trap and die on the spot.
飛躍君も科学君も覚えてないかな。きっと洋館に着いた時真っ先に扉を開けようとしたのは渋谷さんだったんじゃないかな。
Doleful, Techie, you remember, don't you? I bet she rushed to open the door first when you reached the manor, right?
ええ、確かに渋谷さんでした。僕の歩みが遅いから先に行ってエアコンをつけておくと言って走って向かってくれたんです。
Yeah, you're right, she did. It'd take a bit longer to get from point A to B, so she offered to go ahead and turn on the AC before running off.
普段通りの明るいテンションだったから気にも留めませんでしたけど。
She was just being her usual bubbly self, so I didn't think anything of it.
危なっかしいとは思っていたけど、まさか死ぬ気でそんな風に振る舞っていただなんて。
It felt a little dangerous to me, but to think she was acting like that while gearing up to die.
暖炉で見つかったワイヤー層に触れるためのグローブの燃えかすも彼女のものだったのでしょうかと少女は疑問を口にする。
So the burnt remains of the gloves used to handle the wire saw were hers as well, correct? The girl inquired.
確かに気になるわね。どうせ死ぬつもりであったなら、そんな証拠品を身につけておくなんて非効率だわ。
That part has me curious. She planned to die anyway. Keeping those gloves on her as evidence wouldn't make much sense.
そもそも仕掛けが終わった後時間に余裕があったんだから、外に捨てちゃえばよかったわよね。
She should have had some extra time after rigging everything up, so why didn't she just dispose of them outside? We found those hastily burned gloves in the fireplace while investigating the case of the dismembered detective. It's no overstatement to say it was thanks to those gloves that we came to the conclusion the culprit was still inside the manor. Even if she was prepared to lay down her life, Downtown would have been needlessly walking around with evidence that implicated her.
なら持ち歩いていた理由は簡単だ。
Which means there was a simple reason why she kept holding on to those gloves. They were a memento of her best friend? No. That would make her a suspect. It'd probably be one of these two, or only this wouldn't be relevant to the case, right? This would be that she wanted her to be made a suspect.
証拠品を持ったまま死んで疑われることが目的だったとしたらどうでしょうか。
What if her goal was to die with the evidence on her, so she'd wind up being suspected?
疑われることが目的？何のために？
Being a suspect was her goal, but why?
下道探偵を思い出してみてください。不審な点を残して死ねばどうなりますか？
Think back to what happened with Renegade. If you left behind something suspicious when you died, what do you think would happen?
反論もできずに犯人に仕立て上げられるわね。
You'd be labeled the culprit, no question.
あのタイミングで証拠品を身につけて死ねば渋谷さんは八つ咲き校として扱われていたはずです。
Right, so if Downtown died at that time, with the evidence on her person, she likely would have been deemed the quartering duke.
見出しは自らの手で連続殺人事件の幕を閉じた哀れな殺人鬼の最後といったところでしょうか。容易に想像がつきますね。少女は皮肉っぽく笑う。
I can imagine the headlines already. Pitiable serial killer ends murder spree via suicide, the girl said with a wry chuckle.
渋谷探偵に全ての罪を背負わせて八つ咲き校として死なせることが同志探偵殺しの真の目的だったのですね。
So the true motive behind killing Senior was to pin the blame on Downtown Detective and have her die as the Duke.
でも待って、渋谷さんは死ぬ間際まで一度も自分が八つ咲き校だとは名乗らなかったよ。罪を背負って死ぬことが当初の目的だったなら変じゃない？
Hold on. Even in her final moments, Downtown never once claimed to be the Duke, right? Doesn't that seem odd if taking the credit was her goal?
その通りだ。無能殿も我と同じで渋谷殿と交流を深めた仲ではないか。
Well said. Sir Incompetent had deemed his bond with Lady Downtown, has deepened his bond with Lady Downtown just the same as I.
彼女が八つ咲き校のような下道に身を落とすなどありえんのである。
It is unconscionable to think she would sink so low as to claim to be the courting Duke.
渋谷さんはきっと八つ咲き校の指示に抗ったんだと思います。
Yeah, I get the feeling she ended up going against the Duke's orders there.
この時は気づかなかったけど渋谷さんが最後に口にした言葉は彼女らしい僕らへのメッセージだったんだ。
I didn't realize at the time, but true to form, her final words were actually a message to us.
渋谷殿らしい。
True to form? How so? Right at the end, Downtown showed her pride as a detective by using her signature ability. Manicure deduction, fashionista deduction, holy social deduction.
渋谷さんは最後にこう言っていた。
Remember what she said at the very end?
マジで甘ちゃん
Oh, it's fashionista deduction.
泣
It's
きたく
happening.
なるくらい甘ちゃんだよ。
You're such a bleeding heart. Like, legit. It makes me want to cry.
渋谷さん。
Downtown.
そんな甘ちゃん揃いだからいいようにされちゃうんだっつーの。今のあんたたちじゃあのイカレ野郎には絶対に勝てないね。
You poor, sweet summer children. This is all a total walk in the park for me. You're no match for the complete whack job you're up against.
だから頑張ったご褒美にちょっとだけヒントを教えてあげる。
But still, you tried. So here's a little hint.
うちの友達が八つ咲き校のせいで死んだことも、うちがこの手で魔界探偵やこの島のみんなを殺したことも全部つながってるの。
The Duke is the reason my friend died. and me killing Mystic and the folks on the island, it's like all connected.
八つ咲公のせいで老子探偵は死んだ。魔界探偵はうちが殺した。そして今からうちも死ぬ。誰のためでもなく自分の意志でね。
Senior Detective died because of the Duke. I killed Mystic, and now I'm gonna die too. Not because of anyone else, but out of my own free will.
その意味をしっかり考えるといいよ。
Just chew on that for a sec. What do those words really mean?
言っている意味がわからなかった。でもあれはコミュニケーション推理を得意とする渋谷さんならではの暗号だったんだ。
I didn't get what she was trying to say back then, but her encoded message was definitely on brand with her communication skills.
すべてがつながっているって何なんですの？まさかすべて同一犯だということですの？
It's all connected. In what sense? Was this all one overarching crime?
なるほど。言動や態度で翻弄するのが上手な彼女らしい暗号ですね。
I see. Her method was to be expected. She was quite adept at manipulating others with her words, actions, and demeanor.
老子探偵や自分に対しては死ぬと、魔界探偵や島の職員に対しては殺す。
She used...
明確に動詞を使い分けている点が真意を紐解く鍵なのでしょうと少女は推理した。
She used die when referring to Senior and herself, while Mystic and the others were killed. Difference in verbs is key. Exactly, Bookworm.
動詞の使い分け？使い分けたから何だと言いますの？
So, she differentiated between verbs. To what end would she do such a thing?
さすがは喜劇探偵ですね。
Damn,
全然
again.
意味が違うでしょうね。少女が呆れて物も言えずに探索した。
How very like you, Clown Detective. You missed the point entirely. The girl sighed, too frustrated to speak.
物を言ってるじゃありませんの。悪かったですわね。物分かりが悪くて。
You're speaking right now, are you not? Yes, surely the fault is all mine for being so slow on the uptake.
死ぬは自動詞、殺すは他動詞。自動詞は不適合を設定することができません。
Die is an intransitive verb, while kill is transitive. Intransitive verbs don't have an object.
つまりどういうことですの？
And that's significant how exactly? Thank you for the speech lesson, language lesson, English lesson.
誰かに殺されたわけじゃない。
Grammar, that's the word I was trying to say, grammar lesson. Well, Downtown said that both her friend and Senior Detective died, meaning they weren't killed by someone.
老子探偵を殺したのは他でもない彼自身。つまりあの事件の真相は老子探偵自身による自殺劇だったんだ。
So the person who killed Senior Detective was in fact Senior himself. The reality is that this case was a suicide, which he committed. I...
なんですってと少女は見事にお株を奪ってみせた。
I beg your pardon, mimicked the girl, deftly snatching the words out from Posh's mouth.
奪うんじゃありませんわよ。老子探偵が自殺ってどういうことですの？
No snatching, you thief, you! What do you mean Senior Detective committed suicide?
僕も意味が分からず混乱しました。とある可能性を考えれば全ての辻褄があったんです。
It threw me for a loop too. But by considering a certain possibility, however, everything suddenly falls into place.
老子探偵こそ八つ咲公に組みしていた裏切り者。島の職員を全滅させた原因だとしたら。
Senior was the traitor working with this quartering Duke, assuming he's behind the massacre at the research facility, that is.
確かに他の職員は全員殺されたのに一人だけ生き残っていた状況が妙だとは思っていました。
True, all the other personnel was killed, so I did find it odd that only one survived.
老子探偵だけをわざわざ手間をかけて殺すなんてリスクが高すぎますから。
It would have been too risky to go to all that trouble just to kill Senior Detective.
ローシちゃん自身がトリックを仕掛ける本人だとしたらそのリスクもないわよね。
But if Senior himself was behind the trap, then there wouldn't be any risk.
まさかあんなトリックで自殺を図るなんて誰も考えないし。
Plus, no one would ever think he committed suicide using a trick like that.
待ってくれ。あのような機械なワイヤーを使ったトリックを一人で仕掛けられるものなのか。
Oh, one moment. Is it truly possible to lay so complex an artifice all by oneself?
はっきり言うぞ。不器用な我には不可能なのである。
I shall speak plainly. Such a task would be far beyond the means of an oaf like myself.
本当にはっきり言うね。
Ha ha. You're as honest as ever.
でも大丈夫。ほとんどの人は一人じゃ無理だよ。きっと渋谷さんがこの島の職員の殺害もトリックを仕掛けるのも手伝ったんだと思うよ。
But no worries. It'd be an impossible feat for most people. I'm sure downtown helped out with setting things up as well as wiping out the staff.
なるほど。二人がかりなら確かに納得なのである。
I see. One could envision the success of this stratagem. We're both to be involved.
じゃあローシさんが死ぬのを渋谷さんは手伝った形になるんだね。その上渋谷さん自身も死ぬだなんて残酷なトリックだよ。
So, that means Downtown was not only assisted Senior with his death, but also had to anticipate her own down the line? What a heartless scheme.
でもローシさんが裏切り者だっていう証拠はあるの？
But is there any concrete evidence that Senior really was a traitor?
渋谷さんがくれたヒントは信じたいけど、探偵同盟で最も古株のローシさんが裏切っているとも思えなくて。
I'd like to believe Downtown's message, but I just can't see him double-crossing us. He was the most tenured vet in the DA.
見つけてあるよ。ロシ探偵がこの事件のトリックに関わったっていう明確な証拠で。
I've got proof. Something that clearly points to Senior Detective's involvement in the scheme.
しかもその証拠はこの事件がさらに残酷な事件だということを教えてくれた。
However, it also reveals that this case is even more morbid than we realized.
まだ何かありますの？ローシ探偵が死ぬための仕掛けを渋谷さんが手伝って渋谷さん自身もその仕掛けに引っかかる。それ以上に何が？
There's more. Downtown assisted in laying the trap to kill Senior before becoming a victim to it herself. And now you say there's more?
あのシャンデリアのトラップにも仕掛けがあったんだ。探偵が残してくれた書籍にはっきりと記載があったよ。
Some alterations were made to the chandelier trap for this plan. You see, Renegade Detective left a book open for us at the perfect section. Were it not for that, I wouldn't have realized the other truth of this case. Only a truly crafty individual could throw this case a curveball post-mortem. But right now, Renegade Detective has my thanks.
シャンデリアの罠を設計したのは
The one who designed the chandelier trap was none other than... It was Senior Detective. Because he made the house. That was what we learned here, right?
この書籍の著者禁影に載っている男性見覚えがありますよね。
Tell me, do you recognize this recent photo of the author of this book? I opened the book in question and showed them an article on the author, causing everyone's jaws to drop in unison.
そのヒゲ！ローシ探偵に間違いありませんわ！
That mustache! That's Senior Detective without a doubt!
地下研究棟で見つかった本でも名前が出ていたこの洋館の設計者荒木名長とは老子探偵のことだったんです。
This manor's architect, Maicho Aragi, was mentioned by the book in the underground research lab too. I was Senior Detective.
洋館の仕掛けで死んだ人が設計者。偶然とは思えず改めてシャンデリアを調べてもらいました。すると新たなことが分かったんです。
The one who fell victim to the manor was the very man who designed it. No way it was pure coincidence, so I checked the chandelier again.
シャンデリアの罠は改造されていました。通常かかるブレーキがかからずに殺傷能力が高い状態で落下するようにね。
What I learned was that the trap had been modified. Its brakes were disabled so that it could descend at a lethal speed.
なんですって？
Pardon?
調べてみたら明白でした。明らかに一部だけ年代の新しいパーツが使われています。
It was obvious upon examination. One specific section had more up-to-date parts than all the others.
このシャンデリアの仕掛けは今回の事件のために調整がなされていたんです。そんなことができるのは設計者である老師さん以外にいないと思います。
The chandelier's construction was altered for this crime. I believe the only one able to do such a thing would be its creator, Senior.
科学君の言う通りだよ。老師探偵は明らかにシャンデリアの罠に引っかかった人を確実に殺すために調整している。
Techie's got it. Senior clearly adjusted the trap, so whoever got caught in it would be guaranteed to die.
つまり老師探偵もただの被害者ではなく、シャンデリアの罠に引っかかった人を殺す加害者のはずだった。
In other words, Senior wasn't simply a victim, but the perpetrator behind the entire scheme.
被害者であると同時に加害者に。ではこの事件は単なる殺人ではなく、
A victim and a perpetrator at the same time? Then this wasn't a homicide, but rather...
その点こそが最も恐ろしい点です。
That's the most horrific part. Finally, I share my conclusion with the group. Who was intended to kill Senior Detective? Who was intended to kill Senior Detective? Himself. Oh, wait.
もっと考えるんだ。
Who was intended to kill Senior Detective? Wait, I think I fucked up the understanding of this. The victim and perpetrator at the same time, then this wasn't a homicide, but rather that's the most horrific part. Finally, I share my conclusion with the group. Who was intended to kill Senior Detective? Senior clearly adjusted the trap, so whoever got caught in it would be guaranteed to die. Shando's construction was altered for this crime. I believe the only one able to do such a thing. Finally, who is intended to kill Senior Detective? Uh,
老師探偵を殺すはずだったのは渋谷さん。
oh, I see how it's
老師探
okay.
偵を殺すための仕掛けにはおそらく
I see how it's
彼
set.
自身
Okay.
も協力していたのだ。
Okay. The one who was supposed to kill Senior Detective was downtown, but I suspect he also helped with the arrangements to end his own life. Right.
渋谷さんが
My
シャンデリ
bad.
アの罠に引っかかって死ぬことにも老師探偵は協力していた。
At the same time, he collaborated with her so that she would die by the trap as well. Right. It's saying he was supposed to be killed, but the plan originally was for him to be killed by downtown, but he basically went around it. Who was intended to kill downtown detective? Senior detective.
互いを殺し合うことで
By killing one another.
二人が加害者であり被害者で
I
ある
always forget to.
奇妙な構図が生まれるはずだったんだ。
By killing one another, they would both become victims and culprits, resulting in a truly bizarre scenario. First, Downtown arrived at the manor first, so she could open the door and trigger the trap, killing both herself and Senior, or so the plan went. It turned out an unfamiliar boy had already set it off. Even worse, the murder weapon was still on the chandelier, and the gloves were in her pocket. As it stood, she would be pointlessly outed as a traitor, and the DA wouldn't fall into disarray. She must have really been panicking. So, in an attempt to cover her tracks as much as possible before armor arrived, she slipped on the gloves and took the wire saw off the chandelier. With the evidence still on her person, she joined up with us, quietly tossing the wire on the floor as she went through the underground passage. Then, when Saika directed us to split up, she hurried to the living room, lit the fireplace, and burnt the gloves. While things hadn't gone according to plan, she did manage to dispose of the evidence. These were surely the facts behind this case. Everyone else is dead silent. That's no surprise, though. Not only have I outed Senior as a traitor, I've also revealed that two allies of the Duke had plotted to kill one another. It's unfathomable. But there's still one more truth left to reveal.
そう八崎港の正体も伝えないといけないんだ。
Yeah, it's time to tell them the Quartering Duke's true identity. We decide to leave the manor and head to the heliport. Oh, fuck. I'm trying to think how I want to do it, because I probably don't want to stream too much into the night, and then we'll just leave. Like, if I'm going to leave a bit left of this game so that's not just over super quickly tomorrow, at what point should I probably, like, try to... Do I just switch over to, like, Demon School and just do, like, a little bit of Demon School then kind of just have a little bit tied over? And I mean, like, just a little bit of Demon School here. Yeah, let's do that. In an attempt to, I mean, I assume we're probably nearing quite a good chunk. Like, probably not less than an hour left in this game, but enough for a chunk to make it a decent sized part for tomorrow, for finale. And then this will allow us to play just a little bit of Demon School here before I completely leave for the night. And then hopefully get, like, even just a little bit of Demon School done, like, even if it's a little under an hour, to then be like, oh, that's a little less than an hour of Demon School, then we also would have tomorrow to potentially hit finale. So let's do that. Let's do that.